and welcome to the City of Dublin Planning and Zoning Commission. You can join the meeting in person at 5555 Perimeter Drive and also access the meeting via the live stream on the city's website. We welcome public participation, including public comments on all cases. You can find the link via the city's website. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States, one nation, indivisible,
Can we call roll?
Mr. Snare?
Present.
Mr. Supalack?
Present.
Mr. Way?
Here.
Mr. Fishman?
Here.
Mr. Shanok?
Here.
Ms. Harder?
Here.
And Ms. Call is absent.
Acceptance of documents.
So moved. Second.
Ms. Harder?
Here. Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Shanok?
Yes. Yes. Approve.
Yes.
Mr. Snare?
Yes.
Documents accepted. The Planning and Zoning Commission is an advisory board to City Council when rezoning and platting of property are under consideration. In such cases, City Council receives recommendations from the Commission. In other cases, the Commission has the final decision-making responsibility. Anyone who intends to address the Commission on any of the administrative cases must be sworn in. There is one case eligible for consent agenda this evening, case 4 Mangoes Place Daycare, case number 19-125 FDP, Final Development Plan, sub-area E. The agenda order is typically determined at the beginning of the meeting by the chair. The rules and regulations of the Planning and Zoning Commission state that no new agenda items are to be introduced after 10:30. We will take them as they are ordered on the agenda. Anyone intending to address the commission on any cases this evening, please stand and raise your right hand and answer in the affirmative. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony to this commission? Thank you. Consent case, again, Mangoes Place Daycare at 5600 Rings Road, case number 19-125 AFDP, amended final development plan. The case is a application for minor text modification to permit LED lights for the almost 8,000 square foot daycare facility on a 2.2 acre site, previously zoned plan unit development. This site is located northeast of the intersection of Emerald Parkway with Ring Road. Does anybody have reason to pull this from consent? Do I just need a motion to approve them? Motion to approve amended final development plan with the one minor text modification?
Motion to approve. Second.
Mr. Shanok?
Approved.
Mr. Fishman?
Yeah. Approved.
Approve.
Approve.
Mr. Supalack?
Yes.
Mr. Snare?
Yes.
Tonight we have a unique conversation that we have to have in executive session. Can I make the motion, Thad? Motion to adjourn into executive session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
Mr. Shanok?
Yes.
Mr. Supalack?
Yes.
Mr. Snare?
Yes.
Ms. Harder?
Yes.
Mr. Way?
Yes.
Adjourn to executive session. We had that. Thank you all for your patience. We had to prepare our flash mob dance for the Irish Fest this weekend. It went splendidly. Oh, that's Kim's. Let me know when we're ready. We good? Motion to reconvene the meeting after having met through the executive session. Is there a second?
So moved.
Mr. Way,
Yes.
Ms. Harder,
Do we need a second? Second, sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Fishman, Mr. Shinak,
Yes.
Mr. Schneier,
Yes.
Mr. Supalack.
Yes. New cases. Going to start with Mount Carmel Hospital, northwest at 4111 Emerald Parkway, case number 22-094 FDP, final development plan. This application is a request for the construction of a 230,000 square foot, 30-bed inpatient hospital and ambulatory center on a 35-acre site zoned planned unit development district, Mount Carmel Hospital Northwest. Site is located southwest of the roundabout of Bright Road and Sawmill Road. Nicole?
Great. Good evening. As mentioned, this is a request for review and approval of Mount Carmel Hospital's final development plan. The site is 35 acres in size and located northwest of the interchange of I-270 and Sawmill Road. The site has frontage on Emerald Parkway and Bright Road and is primarily cultivated land today with a tree stand in the northern portion. As the commission may recall, this is a planned unit development. The final development plan is the final step, providing all of the associated development details for a project prior to submittal of building permits. This evening, the commission is asked to review and approve final commercial architecture, final landscape details, as well as sign details. This is a final development plan for phase 1 of the Mount Carmel Hospital. This phase includes 230,000 square feet of development, which is a 4-story, 30-bed hospital sited along I-270 with an emergency department, as well as a 52,000 square foot medical office building located to the north of the hospital, and 728 parking spaces. Staff parking is located to the rear of the building along Sawmill Road, and visitor and patient parking is located forward of the building along Emerald Parkway. The main entrance to the healthcare and wellness campus is located at the Emerald Parkway roundabout, with secondary entry points along Bright Road and Sawmill Road. A service-only drive connects Emerald Parkway to Sawmill Road and is located south of the building along I-270. The facility also includes a service area and Helistop. The preliminary development plan and rezoning establishes site and building development standards. All of those development standards are confirmed to be compliant with the final development plan. All building and pavement setbacks are met with this proposal, excluding one request for a minor text modification to permit a reduced setback for the shared use path highlighted here in red. Additionally, the lot coverage, building coverage, and maximum building height are met. A parking plan is required to be submitted with the final development plan as identified in the approved development text. The parking plan comprehensively looks at parking for both Phase 1 and Phase 2. At the preliminary development plan, both Planning Commission and City Council discussed parking, and in response, the applicant submitted a proposed parking plan which includes operational details. As part of that analysis, the applicant identified a need for 52 fewer spaces in Phase 1 than the 780 that were originally proposed at the time of the preliminary development plan. Due to the total amount of site parking, staff is recommending the decrease in 52 parking spaces proposed in Phase 1 be maintained in Phase 2 for a total of 946 parking spaces when the site is fully developed. The development text also includes architectural standards with an emphasis on a contemporary building design incorporating natural building materials. Additionally, four-sided architecture is required, meaning all sides of the building are required to include similar architectural features and details of comparable qualities. The development text includes numeric standards for primary permitted building materials. These numeric standards are approximate in nature. You'll notice the only standard not met is brick and metal panel, which is proposed at 43% where 45% is required. Staff has determined that to be approximate and compliant with the standard. A material sample board is located in the front of the room for the Commission's consideration. Additionally, the materials are identified on the screen. The primary building materials are dark iron spot brick, which is predominantly used to clad the first and second stories of the hospital building, as well as the totality of the medical office building. Stone limestone accents are included on the building as well, and Perdima wood panel is used to accent window details. White metal panel in 3 custom shades of white is proposed on the upper stories of the hospital bed tower. A dark gray window mullion and coping is also proposed. The applicant is required to provide installation details for the metal panel as well as the Perdima panel. Staff is recommending that concealed fasteners be used in the installation detail. Additionally, staff has recommended a number of architectural conditions in response to the feedback provided by the Commission in previous meetings. These include a brick parapet on the medical office building, the connector, and the lower level of the hospital. It also includes a consistent louver system on the penthouse of the building, and for the applicant to provide us final architectural brick detailing, which is proposed to be inset into this wall, subject to staff approval. On the rear of the building, you can also see here the parapets identified in red that staff is conditioning be provided as brick parapets in order to terminate the roof line in an intentional manner. Here you can see the matching penthouse where louvers are required to be provided subject to staff approval to ensure a consistent material across the entire penthouse. There are 4 windows on the lower level of the hospital, which are within a surgical area. Staff is recommending that these windows be modified to match the pairs of windows elsewhere on the building versus the single windows. Additional brick detail on this elevation is required to be provided. And finally, staff is conditioning, consistent with all other similar commercial development in Dublin, that these screen walls for the service area be constructed fully of brick rather than a corrugated metal panel. Finally, the applicant has also provided us site landscape details. In review of the proposed landscape plan, the applicant is planting nearly 1,000 trees in addition to the trees that are being preserved on site. The development text includes standards for perimeter landscaping, parking lot landscaping, interior drive landscaping, and foundation plantings. Staff has several conditions associated with the landscape plan, which include providing a perimeter hedge in the screening gaps along I-270, identified here in red, where the Helistop is. Additionally, foundation plantings are being conditioned at the southwest corner of the building. And finally, internal drive trees are required to be provided in areas identified in the purple dash here, where they are not provided today. Staff is recommending approval of a fourth minor text modification identified in the Commission's list of conditions and minor text modifications in order to permit the existing preserved trees in the Bright Road Panhandle to count toward the internal drive tree requirement. Additionally, all final site lighting details have been provided with this application. In review of the site lighting, staff has ensured that light levels remain consistent across the site. Staff has identified 3 areas that require additional review and modification by the applicant, including the main entry, service yard, and staff entry, to ensure light levels and ratios meet the requirements in the development text. Additionally, the 7 light poles identified within the parking lots not located within a landscape island, staff is recommending that those be clad in stone to ensure a decorative base. All sign details are also provided with this application and require the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The number of signs and location of signs remains consistent with the preliminary development plan. 4 building ID signs are proposed, with 3 site entry signs and 4 building entrance signs. In detail, the building ID signs are intended to identify the building from the greatest distance and are permitted to be a maximum square footage of 350 square feet. The 2 signs located on the penthouse, the east and west sides, which depict the logo and copy, are the maximum 350 square feet. The secondary building ID signs, the logo oriented toward I-270 is just shy of 100 square feet. And then the secondary building ID sign located on the northern end of the medical office building is 50 square feet in size. 2 different site entry signs are proposed. The main site entry sign is located along Emerald Parkway within a landscape island. The 2 secondary site entry signs, one is proposed at Bright Road and one is proposed along Sawmill Road. Staff is conditioning that all ground-mounted signs, exclusive of Perry Township Administrative Office signs and exclusive of the code-compliant directional signs, be required to have dimensional faces, as all sign faces proposed in the package before the Commission are flat. Additionally, building entry and emergency signs are proposed. These are proposed to be individually mounted, internally illuminated channel letter signs. You'll notice that the ambulatory entrance and emergency department are red. Staff is recommending approval of those signs to ensure safe and efficient wayfinding to those locations. The main entrance of the hospital and MOB are also proposed to be the internally illuminated channel letter. Staff has identified an opportunity to elevate the design quality and character of that sign and is recommending individually pin-mounted clear anodized aluminum letters with halo illumination. Additional directional signs are provided on site. There's a hierarchy identified on your screen. And finally, the commission is asked to approve a minor text modification to permit 2 directional signs for Perry Township, accommodating the sign as depicted. As mentioned, 4 minor text modifications are proposed, with the modifications to those minor text modifications identified in green. Staff is recommending approval of a final development plan for Mount Carmel with 42 conditions. Many of these conditions are cleanup in nature and are able to be addressed. The conditions are organized by category, and modifications to those conditions agreed to by staff are identified in green. With that, the applicant is here this evening and has prepared a presentation. I'm also happy to answer any questions subsequent to their presentation tonight.
I'm inclined to have the applicant present and hold questions till after, yes? Is the applicant here with a presentation? Welcome. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Diane Doucette, and I am the executive sponsor. I have been here before this committee. My address is 16171 Lewis Road, Sunbury, Ohio, 43074. Thank you very much for allowing us to have the opportunity to present to this committee. As I stated, this has been a journey. We've been here quite a few times, and I want to thank this committee and past committee members who have helped us with this design. As Mount Carmel approached coming into building a new location, we wanted to come to East Dublin because we believed that was a community in need. And we wanted to bring services close to home. And as you will see in the design that we presented to the committee, I think you will see the various services that we have offered. I want to thank you, though, because you have helped us with this design. I remember Mr. Way coming to the very first meeting saying, "They're boxes. What are we going to do? Make it spectacular." Mayor Fox saying, "We're in a pandemic. We need to give people hope. Give hope and do something to give people hope." And honestly, it was those comments that helped us to design the chapel to be uplifting and with the cross on top of it. With every element of this design, we put the patient and customer experience first. You wanted this campus to be more than a healthcare campus. You wanted it to be a place where the community could gather. I remember comments from this committee saying, let's have yoga classes, bring people in the wintertime, teach them how to do IT. We've developed a beautiful community room on the first floor so we can do cooking demonstrations, healthy living style conversations for diabetics or whatever your disease process may be. We want to be part of the community. And before I turn it over to Mark, who is part of our design team and the architect, I just want you to know that we put everything we had into making this a beautiful campus. And I could spend hours with you, as I've done with my team, walking the patient pathway and not taking anything for granted to make it a great experience, to make it efficient, to make it easy for the public to come in, and most of all, warm and welcoming. I will be happy to answer any questions for you now or after the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Planning and Zoning Commission. Nice to see some of you again, and nice to see some new faces. Looking forward to presenting our project this evening and discussing with you some of the opportunities that we have here.
Forgive me, Mark.
I'm
is
sorry,
it-
name and address,
Yeah,
yes.
name and address.
Mark,
thanks.
I am Mark Boltman. I'm with HGA Architects, and the address is 333 East Erie Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Thank you. Okay, we're going to start just by talking about the site plan progression. As Diane mentioned, that's where our conversation began with you, and where this concept of bringing in community and creating really a hospital and a wellness campus came to fruition. And this is where you may remember that we introduced the idea of the green ribbon in order to be a unifying element that tied the campus together, that allowed us to bring the community in, and maybe most importantly, help us to create a great patient experience from the moment that patients would turn onto the site all the way to the front door, and also for staff as they occupy the building. Diane made reference to the pandemic and hope, and we all know how important creating places of respite for staff has been, where they can get away from the care, take off their PPE, and have a moment to regenerate. So this is where it all began. On the next slide, Nicole made reference to this being a four-sided building. You may recall our conversations about how we carefully placed this building, both to take advantage of its visibility as a gateway element in the community, but also to create the best four-sided building that we could, and then also respecting growth. And as part of incorporating that concept of the green ribbon, it had a lot of benefits. It allowed us to create walking trails that would invite the community in. It allowed us to diminish the scale of the parking in order to create great sight lines into the campus, and then also to create a nice onstage, offstage path. That blue line that you see tracing through on the left-hand side, that's where the public and patients can access the campus. The right side is more of an offstage for service and staff. And then this is the phase one site plan that Nicole had presented earlier. This is the full realization of all of that, where we have carefully, with your input and through hard work with Diane and her team, crafted, we believe, a wellness experience, again, from the moment that patients turn off the roundabout off of Emerald Parkway all the way into the campus, starting with the water, using the stormwater retention at the front of the campus to create water features. That first road that you turn in on, the fact that that terminates onto that green ribbon that then frames the view into the building. A very purposeful moment as patients arrive at the campus, to allow them to begin to decompress on what is often a very stressful experience. Clear wayfinding, you go right to the hospital, left to the MOB, and your parking resources there. Very, very intentional about each of those moves. And then within the green ribbon, that we've created some of those moments that Diane referenced, that we had all talked about with you, that allow us to bring the community into the space and create those opportunities to have events and or experiences for both our patients and our community members and our staff. And then on the right side of the building, the green ribbon that begins at Emerald terminates in a great staff space. And one of the things that you mentioned when last we met, was really being very intentional about that landscape and that green ribbon concept, wrapping the building in that. So if we go to the next image, you'll see how that green ribbon manifests itself in a little bit more detail, starting on the left of this image with the stormwater basin, which by itself can be simply a utilitarian thing, but we very carefully created a channel by which rain runoff from the building can run through that channel and into that storm basin until it goes dry, to animate that space and make it a more dynamic space for people to occupy. You will see that we've created a lawn just to the left of the middle. That lawn is a place where the yoga classes that Diane described, or a tent can be put up to host a community event, or many opportunities could happen within that space. But a nice space that is separated well from parking and that can promote wellness and promote integration with the community. You'll see there's a couple of plazas. There's one just to the right of the lawn. There's another just to the right of that parking connector bridge that you see there. Those are places for seating where people can go, be it family members who have a patient in the hospital, staff or community can go and sit and enjoy some of your wonderful spring, summer, and fall weather, not the humid days like today. And then as you move to the right of the image, you see how the green space continues up to the chapel garden, if you go to the next slide. Now, the chapel garden as a termination of that green ribbon on this side of the building, it has to serve both that purpose, but it also has to frame views for those that are in the chapel where you're trying to create a meditative experience. So you'll see that there's some landforms that have been created that help us to frame that view. You can see how the water continues into there. Actually, it goes the other direction, but the water that comes off the roof moves through that space. So it's at once both a terminus of the green ribbon, but also a place that encourages contemplation and meditation for those that are in the chapel. And if you go to the next slide, the oncology garden, this is one of the things that we talked about when we met last time. The Bright Road landscape development, I think, was probably less advanced at that point than it is today. Since then, we have worked very hard on tree preservation. Off a previous image, you may have noticed that the precise placement of the Bright Road connector has moved to the left somewhat. That is specifically to save more trees. And then we talked last time about the termination of Bright Road and carrying that green concept into that. So much like you have as you come off the drive on Emerald Parkway and you turn left or right, it terminates onto a green space, that green ribbon. Here we're doing the same thing. This space, though, serves a dual purpose of being that visual termination as you approach the building, but it's also a space for on which oncology patients that are receiving infusion at the end of the MOB will look out onto. Those patients can be there for a half a day or more. So having access to daylight, having access to those exterior views, and creating a more intimate and private space for them to look onto is really important. So it's your feedback has led to that building really being an integrated experience with that wellness campus that we began with back at concept design. And then when you go to the next image, thank you. And then of course that staff space that I mentioned earlier, a lot of attention paid to this in particular. One of the things that's really nice about the creating these more intimate spaces is that it can allow us to have that multi-use path go by. But here again, you'll see that we've created some landforms that allows for staff to occupy this space, have that meditative experience, that moment of respite, but still be private. Because you have to have some, you have to respect the privacy of the people that are in the building and occupying the building while still allowing public into the campus. And I think that this does that very successfully. So that's the site as that's progressed. I think you have the development text and all of the drawings that went with that. I guess I would maybe just pause here and ask if you have any questions or comments, or if you want to hold those to the end as well. Otherwise, we will get into the architecture next.
I think we're inclined to hold it, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Thanks, Mark.
Then I will hand this conversation to my colleague, Tim, who's going to talk about the architectural progression. Name and address.
Good evening. My name is Tim Scanley. I'm from, 3114 West Juneau, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 53208. I'm the design architect with HGA. I wanted to take us back. You've seen this slide at the preliminary development plan, and it really describes the conceptual material palette. I do want to thank you for allowing us to kind of go into a little bit more detail to describe the architecture and some of the very distinctive characteristics of the design. We had a few goals when we were thinking about the material palette as a comprehensive strategy, and we wanted to create a place that was both modern, warm, and welcoming environment. We certainly had the goal to express this place as a place of healing and a place where innovative care, patient care, was delivered. And lastly, combined with a lot of the points that Diane and Mark raised, we certainly wanted to express this place as a place of wellness and a place where people were connected to nature, whether it was directly through outdoor spaces or even interior experiences as people live, work, and heal within the building. Next slide. I do want to kind of go through each of those materials in a little bit more detail. We are using the dark iron spot brick as one of the foundational materials of the building. Brick, as you know, is a very familiar product. A lot of rich historical associations with the material. We are using it in a contemporary way. We are using a 12-inch wide modular height brick dimension. So it does have a little bit more of a linear look to it in a 1/3 running bond pattern. You'll also notice that the dark iron spot brick does have a little bit of a sheen to it. So at different angles, the light can catch it and really create a very distinctive look as you view the building from different vantage points. The second contrasting foundational material is a white metal panel. We're using it mainly at the kind of the upper floors of the bed tower. We've chosen kind of this rain screen system. It is a dry joint, very kind of high-tech, innovative material, kind of on that upper levels of the bed tower. But we are using it as in a white material with 3 shades of white. I think I talked about this at the last meeting. We did want to somewhat de-institutionalize the white, creating a little bit of a softer white, so you could begin to see that variegated pattern across some of the building elevations. Next is glass. Glass actually is the highest percentage of material on the building. Close to 40% is glass. Glass is quite an interesting material. It's innovative. It can be used in many different ways, but it also changes in its quality depending on the time of day. So in the daytime, it can be very reflective, sometimes even opaque. As in the evening, becomes much more dematerialized, much more transparent, and becomes a beacon of hope, beacon of light. So you'll see that in a lot of the images of the bed tower. And then we use kind of light and kind of more smaller scaled openings throughout the base of the building. The 2 kind of accent materials that we're using to infuse the building with warmth and a sense of welcoming experience is limestone. This is a naturally quarried limestone. It's a full bed dimensional limestone that is laid in a coursed ashlar pattern. So using 3, 5s, and 8-inch tall stone elements. Color tone wise, they range anywhere from kind of your white split face and bed face kind of textural pieces. Also kind of a mid-tone to light gray tones as well as light buffs. So that those combinations of grays and light buffs kind of create that kind of warm textural experience that limestone is really known for. And then lastly, we are using a natural wood phenolic panel. It's industry, the manufacturer is Prodema. This is a natural material. So the face is a wood veneer. It's a very highly durable product. We've used it on many projects before, and we're really using it to create these really high splashes of interest and warmth, especially at building entries. You'll see it in the underbelly of many of the canopies, some of the soffits. And then as you see, as you kind of walk around the building, a lot of the brick openings for windows have kind of a layer of that wood element that combined with that dark iron spot brick. We are proposing exposed fasteners as a standard detail over the concealed. And our position is that once you step 20, 30 feet away from a building, you won't notice the color matching fasteners. Next, please. So just to ground the commission and some of the feedback that we took back with us last time. And so there's kind of 5 themes that we took back and you basically challenged us on, and we began to really take advantage of some of those points to make the building more integrated into into Dublin. The first one was certainly the commission appreciated the concept of integrating nature through the use of open spaces. You asked us to really emphasize and wrap the building even further in green space. And so I think, as Mark described, we've really developed a lot of those green spaces that come all the way up to the face of the building with many outdoor amenities and courtyards. The second one is you encouraged us to be forward thinking, not necessarily tied to the past. And I do think that many of the details that we've developed over the last few months really take advantage of that mindset. Diane talked about the chapel being this special place. I believe someone described it as a gem. And were there ways to really make that chapel more of an expressive element and to give even more prominence to it? There was some feedback around entry canopies and making them maybe a little more visible from a distance. So we'll see how we've addressed that comment. Then lastly, just thinking about architecture and the details, thinking about scale and intimacy really gets down to the level where people kind of see and feel and touch the architecture. And so we'll be able to explain some of that. This is the Emerald Parkway Axon. It's a vantage point that no one will see unless you're in a helicopter. But it does give a comprehensive understanding of kind of the different building elements and how they kind of all kind of seamlessly work together. It is somewhat of an elemental design in which different aspects of the building are clad and wrapped in particular materials. And so as we've described before, the base of the hospital is a masonry base, uses that dark iron spot brick. The form does modulate between 1 story and 2 stories, depending on whether you're looking at the medical office building or the kind of the public concourse along the the west elevation. Elevated or kind of hovering above that masonry base is that kind of white picture frame element that wraps the 3rd and 4th floors of the patient bed tower floors. And so that kind of gives it that view from a distance that really describes this place as a place of healing. And really the thing that we worked on probably the most is the chapel. That we kind of went back to the drawing board and it began to examine the internal organization of the worship space itself. And you'll see in some of the more ground level perspectives how we began to really emphasize and articulate the facades to make it more of a dynamic expression. Coming down to the ground level, we're basically standing kind of at the end of that green ribbon. And really, as we described before, the main focal point of the composition is that chapel space. You can begin to see how we've elongated or stretched the verticality of that upward sloping roof line and began to play with a little bit of the articulating planar language that acts as the kind of the sign and a sign of the cross that's attached to that. I think the next image is good. As we move to kind of the I-270 view, really the bed tower hasn't changed very dramatically from the previous commission. I would say that the second floor of the ED and the surgery to the right side of the massing has gone through some internal adjustments, and so the windows and the fenestration has adjusted to align better with some of those internal departments, and then also to provide a continuous clear story, bringing daylight to the entire ED department. Next, please. The Sawmill Road has gone through a series of changes since the last time that you've seen it. One of the things I did want to kind of point out There is a very consistent language to the vertical punched openings that start at the front of the building. And really, as that language begins to wrap along the sawmill side, really the spacing of that language does adjust to the interior functions. And so really the spacing and the fenestration design really is a function of the internal development of the plan. The glass connector in the middle of the knuckle now has more texture to it. We've begun to kind of pull some of that vertical language across the entire elevation to produce a more cohesive and unified look. And then on the bed tower floors, the floors 3 and 4, we did transition to more of a punched opening. We thought that the smaller scale windows began to align more with the human nature scale of the windows within the brick base. This is one of my favorite views of the building. We're standing at the staff courtyard with the staff entry a little bit closer, a little bit further into the center of the image. One of the reasons why I like it so much is just the integration of landscape design, building materiality, and even just kind of building massing, all coming together to really explain the power of the experience. So this is a place where staff can certainly move into the building or leave the building, but certainly this has a large outdoor amenity for lunchtime or to have a phone conversation. On the lower level, kind of centered in the middle of the image, is the central utility plant. There, I did want to point out that those are active intake louvers for the different mechanical systems. Off to the left of the image is the service yard, which we've continued the language of kind of that metal louver and brick design into that service yard. And so that we really wanted to continue the look of the base of the building into that service yard to the left. As we move to the Bright Road entry drive, certainly the Bright Road approach is much different than all the other drives themselves. It is a very kind of a quiet, serene drive through an existing wooded lot. Mark talked about saving a lot of those trees. And so really this experience is this very intimate park-like approach to the building. It's an interesting view because the hospital actually looks small. And that's because of the 2-story medical office building really on the north side of the site, which we've intentionally placed because of the condo association wanting to reduce the scale for those folks over there. And then lastly, finishing up onto the medical office building entry drive. This is a very interesting composition because it really begins to kind of show the layering of the different building elements. That chapel as a foreground element, you begin to see kind of that heavy articulation with the kind of bypassing planes, the curved backdrop that represents the shape of the altar on the interior, and then the kind of simple, quiet backdrop of the kind of repetitive, very kind of long, elegant windows of the base, and then kind of capping off the expression of the composition with the white metal panel of the bed tower. Thank you.
Hello again. So as Nikki or Nicole, prefer to use your formal name in this setting. As Nicole said in her report, there were 42 conditions that the staff had recommended as part of this. I think it's 29 of them we have no issue with, but I think there's 13 of them that we would like to go through as part of this conversation and just perhaps provide some context to the what and why of the original intent, and then facilitate discussion off of that if needed. So the first one, item number 15, is the idea of introducing a brick parapet across the top of where that brick base occurs. At this image is of the one-story element. There's also the two-story element at the top of the MOB. And then as you go around the backside of the building, as Tim was showing, you'll see it again. Or not the backside, the sawmill side. This is one where we feel that making that change would have a dramatic impact to the contemporary nature of the building that we are trying to create here in this gateway architecture for the city of Dublin, and the challenge that you laid down for us to think beyond and go further. The verticality of these windows is part of what makes this building, I think, special at its base. It makes the dark iron spot brick more successful. If you put that brick coping or brick across the top, these become punched windows. Punched windows are a vocabulary that go back to the dawn of using masonry materials. We think that this is that's a change that's pretty fundamental that we would request be removed as a condition of the approval. Next is the surgery windows. The request was that those 4 single windows be grouped similar to where they are elsewhere on the building. I think it's important to know here that the design of those 4 windows and the placement of those 4 windows is reflective of both the functional, what's happening on inside of the building, but it's also there as part of the composition, very intentionally done. Diane mentioned before that what you're looking at here on the second floor is where surgery is. So just on the other side of this wall, there's a corridor in which patients would be moving. There's equipment alcoves that are serving the operating rooms themselves. So these windows are very intentionally placed to provide the appropriate level of patient privacy as patients are transported through those corridors, and also visual screening, because it is a working corridor back there with equipment, with staff. And those sort of the inner workings of the building that we don't want to reveal to the viewing public. So from a functional perspective, the placement of those 4 windows is important to us to bring light into that space for the benefit of staff, but then provide that privacy that I described. And then secondly, from a aesthetic perspective, a design perspective, when you look at this elevation in its totality, we wanted to provide some relief in the regular nature of those vertical openings. The MOB very purposefully has a regular nature to the spacing of those windows. On this elevation, to provide a little bit of contrast and a little bit of rhythm and movement to the building, answering a functional need allowed us to also enliven the architecture. So very intentional that we did this, and similar to the last one, we would request that this one be removed as a condition. Number 19, the service screen wall. A moment ago, Tim made reference to the louvers that are serving the central utility plant that are just to the right of this image, below the vertical openings there in the brick on the right. The screen wall, as designed, is visually a continuation of that language of the louvers. So you have the metal louvers. This is metal panel. It's a visual continuation of that. Part of it is important to note that the brick is incorporated into this screen. You can see it on the left of the image there. The left arrow points to the end cap of the screen is in fact brick. And then along the base, along the entire length, on the right-hand side of that, as we're looking at it, the base of this is also brick. So that's used to unify this with the rest of the composition, but also provide some material balance. Our concern was that if you make this entirely brick, it gets to some sort of visual clutter on this side of the building, and this wall begins to compete with the volume that is the surgical floor above that. So it was very intentionally that we incorporated metal into this to provide really the appropriate material balance to the building. And we would like that condition removed. Relative to the Prodema panel, the request or the condition was that we would use concealed fasteners in lieu of the, why am I blanking on the word? Concealed fasteners in lieu of the exposed fasteners that we had specified. You're seeing an image here of this is an installed condition where you can see those fasteners. They are, from a color perspective, match the material that it is fastening to. And if you go to the next image, this is about 30 feet away. This panel has this is in fact the same installation 30 feet away. Those same exposed fasteners are not visible. It is our experience. We've been using this material for over 20 years. It's very durable. It is real wood, so it has that warmth and vibrancy that you get in the grain of the wood that you don't get in a manufactured product. But it has the stability because it's backed on a phenolic panel. It has the dimensional stability that makes it very durable. So we really like this material for those reasons. We like the exposed fasteners because it's easier to install and long-term easier to maintain. So for all of those reasons, we don't feel that going to the exposed fasteners provides much value. And frankly, it does provide some or come with some additional cost. So we would like for this one to be reconsidered. Relative to reduced parking, Nicole spoke to this in her quantities. I think this is just one that we would like to coordinate with staff a little bit more. I believe in the numbers that we had shown before, we had reduced the count from a previous submission by 52 in phase 1. That was largely because we got more informed numbers from Mount Carmel about the number of staff that they expected to be operating this building in the beginning. So that's where our reduction came. There really was no reduction in the number of patients and visitors that would be using the building. So that's where that reduction came from. And the number that we had shown for the phase 2 development, that growth is more patient than it is staff. The proportion of it changes based on the nature of the service that's being offered. So we would just want to clean up that language and clean up those counts to make sure that we have adequate parking in phase 2. Relative to landscape, we're going to have Mike from MKSK speak to this one. Name and address.
Hi, Mike Davis, 709 Crosby Street, Akron, Ohio. Zip code 44302. So in regards to the landscape design, number 23, there were some concerns with some of the tree counts. We do believe we can meet these in our conversation with city staff. Some of them would be referencing the minor text modification Nicole mentioned earlier along Bright Road, where we are preserving existing trees. We do want to preserve that existing canopy there, so that would be requested on that. Along the southern portion of the property where we have pretty extensive perimeter screening that we believe goes slightly above the baseline requirements, those southern portion of trees could be reclassed. Some of them could be reclassified to meet that condition. But again, with our conversations with city staff, we do believe we can work these out and get that all in compliance.
Thank you. Only a few to go. Next one. There was a condition about providing granite aggregate in lieu of the planned. I think we were actually agnostic in the submission. We didn't say that it was limestone, but the intent is that the material would be a limestone aggregate for the walking paths. That limestone specification came with an ODOT detail, and if you know the Ohio Department of Transportation, the details that they provide are very durable. So we were using that specification specifically for that purpose, that it would have longevity. As I said, the request is that that go to crushed granite. It is our preference that we would remain with the stabilized limestone per the ODOT detail. If the commission feels strongly that granite is an appropriate material, it would be our preference to actually go back to concrete. Long-term durability, and I think also, just being honest, there's a cost element to that as well. So next item. Nicole had mentioned stone at the light poles. This is not required as part of the development text or city code. Our concern primarily is that it's an ongoing maintenance issue. Cars hit light pole bases, and when you make those light pole bases out of unit masonry like stone, it becomes a maintenance issue. And that's a maintenance issue that we don't want to create for the hospital. This is a unique request in our experience in the Dublin area. It is our preference that this would be removed as a condition. And I would maybe just offer one other thing. We would effort to, for some of these, if it helped, to move those light poles into the landscape islands, if that meant that we could not have a stone base. Next one. The Helistop Hedges, you can see in the bottom image there, that's the flight path from the Helistop that's required by the FAA, that we keep that free of obstructions. So you will see that there are no trees in those areas. The image above is a view from the street as you go by on the freeway. Without those trees, or without adding trees there, or without adding the hedges, we will still maintain the visual privacy and visual barrier that you want to have for that experience going by the screen. But most importantly, it would be a safety issue to put plantings in that zone. The FAA will not allow us to do that. So we think that we've answered the functional need and the aesthetic need without having those, and we would like for this condition to be removed. Item number 31, we have this connection that from the main hospital drop-off back to parking that is there specifically at the request of the fire department for their vehicles. We do not, for safety reasons, we do not want to have the public moving through there because it's a one-way drop-off. We could create a great deal of confusion. And so the idea of using the landscape pavers is important to us from a safety perspective to not sort of to discourage the idea that public can or should be using that way. We understand the importance of having material there that can support the weight, heavy duty, that can support the weight of those fire trucks. We believe that the detail that we specified does in fact do that, and our request would just be that we could have some continued conversation with the fire department in order to arrive at something that everybody is comfortable with, in lieu of doing heavy duty pavement. Ground mounted signage, I'm going to have our colleague Anthony speak to that one. From MKSK. Name and address.
Anthony Prince, 321 East Capitol Street, Columbus, 43215, Ohio. I'm an environmental graphic designer of 22 years with MKSK, and I lead their environmental graphic design team. So the issue we have with this condition is that having messages proud of the sign face and illuminated will result in halation, which will reduce legibility by blurring the edges of the letters for signs where directions are critical. And often the people reading those messages will have some form of impairment, either visually or emotionally, as they approach the hospital. Let's move to the next slide. This condition, we've been requested to remove channel letters, internally illuminated channel letters, and replace those with individual letters, again with a halo illumination effect around them on the canopy and an opaque sign face. We believe that this will again reduce legibility of these messages and change the consistency of how information is communicated across the entrances to the property. So the emergency entry to the ED and the ambulance entry are identified in the same way we propose with a channel letter. Reducing that breaks that consistency and may cause confusion for people trying to get to where they need to go for the property, to the hospital. Thank you.
So that concludes our presentation.
Thank you all. We can lean into questions for staff or applicant. Lance is ready.
Nikki, could you just walk through this process in your discussions with the applicant?
did you see this presentation subsequent to the staff report, prior to the staff report? Not at all. I'm saying is now that, what's the staff's position relative to their presentation?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the presentation was provided subsequent to the staff report and shared this afternoon.
And what's the staff's reaction or position relative to their requests?
Yeah, I mean, I think, this has been a very collaborative process from the beginning, and we definitely appreciate their perspective. We stand by our recommendations and wouldn't recommend alterations, but definitely appreciate that the Planning and Zoning Commission has the benefit of the additional testimony of Mount Carmel, as well as any public testimony in your deliberations. So definitely open to any modifications the Planning and Zoning Commission would see fit.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. Do we have any public comment?
We do.
We do. We have two that were received prior to the meeting, which I will read for you because those were not provided in your packet. So the first is from Maureen Rush at 4143 Macduff Way in Dublin. I am still extremely concerned about the increased traffic this will cause on Bright and Selma roads. I believe the solutions and timeframe for solutions are inadequate. Do we know what the expected daily numbers of visitors to the site will be? Has this been considered, especially during times when school is in session at Hopewell Elementary? Do we have the potential to back up into two different roundabouts now? I am also concerned how this will affect the local wildlife population in the area. Has any study been done on what we are displacing and where they will go? Will this cause an increase in wildlife-related accidents on Emerald, Bright, or Sawmill? And finally, reading the list of plants for landscaping, I did not see many native plants, trees, or shrubs. We have plenty of local nurseries dedicated to providing these. Why weren't any of those chosen? And the second comment is from Carl Gledetish. He is at 7001 Grandy Cliffs Drive in Dublin. I have been working with the City of Dublin for the last year to get higher standards for landscaping within the city. We need to not only make the landscaping as aesthetically pleasing to people, but also benefit the more natural inhabitants that we share the land with, since insects, birds, and mammal populations have plummeted over the years. To this end, we need to replace land disrupted by development with native trees, shrubs, and perennials. I'm excited to read about the NOMO area and would only ask that plants native to Ohio be used. When done right, this area will provide a great place to walk and enjoy the beauty of nature. I also ask that Ohio native trees and shrubs be used in other green spaces, parking lots, and foundation areas. I'm happy to meet and talk with the developer, landscape architect, and/or owner about ideas for more wildlife-friendly areas and the real need for a better stewardship for our green spaces. That's it.
Thank you. More questions? Mr. Way?
I have a ton of questions, and maybe I'll split them up so everybody don't go forever. But first of all, the project's coming along really nice. I mean, it's going to be a great project. I think there's some things still. Obviously, there's a list of issues that we need to work through. And I had a couple other comments or questions that I wanted to start with. One was on the renderings. When I look at the renderings, especially the iron spot brick, it looks very red, but the sample that I see up here is very gray. And I'm not sure that these renderings are reflecting what the building actually will look like. And that's a concern of mine. And then the second comment is that, or question, does the landscape that's illustrated in the renderings reflect the landscape plan that's proposed? I don't know if we want to do these one at a time, but because, I mean, you added cars to the renderings from the last meeting, but the landscape looks pretty much similar. And I'm not appreciating a lot of the spaces that have been described. Could you provide a response to that?
Sure. Let me ask you on that, your question about the brick. Are you favoring more of the brick that's represented in the sample or what you see in the rendering?
The sample looks great. Your presentation had different renderings in it that looked better. And it's just, you're showing us these renderings and I'm going, oh, it's the red on the red, but I can buy that kind of arrangement. So that's what we're going to get.
That is where we're going to go. And as you can probably see looking around this room, the quality of the color from one screen to the next can be part of that problem.
And the prints and
the limitation of the rendering itself, yes. Right. So yes, the expectation would be that we would reflect the material that's sample that's there.
So question 2, do the renderings reflect the landscape as it's proposed in the packet that we
I think I would, best I can do is point to this image here, for example. The placement of trees along sidewalks and things like that is consistent with what is represented in those landscape plans. We have not invested a lot of energy in accurate depiction of, say, the chapel garden, for example. But you will see there's a previous image of the end of the MOB where we have demonstrated the mounding, but we've not attempted to layer in perennials or any of those sorts of things.
You actually don't have any renderings in here that show the oncology garden, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm feeling like I'm not getting enough information here, especially from the landscape standpoint, to really understand. I don't know if this reflects 1,000 trees. And in addition to the 1,000 trees, I assume there's a lot of lower plant material too, whether it's grasses or shrubs or whatever. Okay, so that's another basic comment question. So thank you for answering that. I'm going to go to the north, to the entry drive coming in from Bright Road. I have a question about the alignment of that road. It looks very wiggly.
Yeah.
And I assume that meets all proper alignments. Maybe that's a civil engineering question, or it just looks like if I'm on that road, I'm going like this as I'm trying to get to the hospital. And I know I think the answer is you're trying to avoid eliminating some trees, but I think there's a safety issue. Like we want to make sure that road's really safe and comfortable to get people into the site. And maybe, that's where you have a trade-off with maybe a couple of trees need to go so it's not so wiggly.
Yeah, my temptation to smile is partly because we had I made mention before that the tree was a little more right justified before, or the road was a little more right justified before. And then we had a conversation where it moved all the way to the left and it was in fact straight. And then we got into the realities of tree preservation and it came to be this little more circuitous thing that you're seeing here. Part of that though is, and it's sort of in answering the functional need, trying to create a great experience, is the wiggliness is also a little bit about slowing traffic down, but also in slowing traffic down, creating a great patient experience. So I would interpret your comment to be that maybe it's gone a little too far.
And I've been involved in designing healthcare environments, and people are coming oftentimes to a facility like this and they're nervous. And so the more decisions they have to make on the way, I wouldn't advocate for it to be straight. Definitely. I think, trying to create a sinuous road that comes in is the right approach. It just looks a little bit too wiggly, I'll call it. So that's another comment. And then related to that, and this goes back to the last meeting we had, and the comment about that space, that part of the site being really a really nice wooded site. You're trying very hard to preserve trees. I'm looking where the walkway ended up, like scrunched up against the property line, and we have to give a variance or a condition because it's too close to the property line. It seems to me that pathway could be, and again, I know that you're trying to work around existing trees, and I don't know enough about where those trees are, but it just seems like that experience to me doesn't look very positive. And even to the point where, there's just one walkway on one side of the road. Is there a parallel one on the other side? So it's a loop, and you really create that into, it's the wooded walk experience of the site. Anyway, I just think that whole area it has not gelled like we talked about it might in the last meeting. So that's another comment. I'm going to shift to parking lots. And again, we talked about this in the last meeting. When you go back and look at the code, trying to avoid large expanses of paving, I don't think these parking lots are achieving that. It might be related to the light pole issue too. Maybe those light poles should be in landscape islands, and then you don't have to worry about the bases. But I did note that in our packet, there's a long-term development plan. I could tell you what it is exactly, but it shows trees along in all of the rows. And I was going to ask, is that a long-term plan, is to put trees in the parking lot, or was that just a moment in time?
I don't believe the intent is to add trees to the parking lot later.
Okay. So I'm concerned about that, the lack of landscaping in the parking lot. And we talked about it at the last meeting. So there's no intent to add more trees, or I guess, why aren't you adding more trees in the parking lot?
I don't remember all the details of what we talked about last time, but there's two motives, I think, that influence the way that trees have been allocated within the parking lots. The first would be from a operating cost perspective for the hospital, storage of snow, and the more landscape islands that you introduce into that, the more destruction that happens when you're plowing, and that becomes a maintenance issue for the hospital. That's motive number one. Motive number two was, you can see that we have aggregated the trees toward the outside of those lots. So as we've talked previously, visual screening from this four-sided building, this four-sided campus, that was the rest of our motive, was in being able to densify those trees a little bit at the perimeter of the lot and provide that visual screen while keeping as much, keeping a reasonable balance of open parking area to manage the operational side of that.
So again, I'm interested in the patient experience. So I park my car in that parking lot and I have to make my way to the entrance. So I'm walking through, an unshaded environment. I'm trying to find a sidewalk to get to that's going to take me, but I have to walk through cars to get to it. And I know there's a diagram in here that shows that people are just supposed to walk up the aisles. Then you have to walk through cars to finally get to a sidewalk that provides you a refuge. You have walkways along the central green space, and you can get there from that row, and you have breaks in there.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like you're straining a lot of people, including patients and staff, in a huge parking lot, and they're walking through parking before they get to a place that feels like a safe environment. To me, that's not a great patient experience, and so that's a concern of mine. And I'm gonna make one more point, and then I'm going to take a break and let somebody else ask questions. The future MOB site, again, it's defined by roads that will be built, but there's no trees along the roads. And in the rendering, it shows trees on the campus drive, but in the plans, it doesn't show any trees at all. So I guess the question is, why aren't you installing trees along those roads from day one? We don't know when the MOB is going to be built. And it seems to me that, again, from a site experience, patient experience, that you would want to create those nice drives with landscape along them with street trees. So that's another, I don't know if you have a response to that.
Sure. That is a service road. So from a patient experience perspective, our, again, priority in creating the green ribbon was to create the experience as the patients navigate the site and as they occupy and experience the building. This is more of an edge condition. We have done our level best to screen that edge condition from the way that patients are going to experience it. And I think it was one of the conditions talks about compliance with the requirements for the number of trees and some of that. Our priority has been to place the trees where they added the most value in phase one as part of creating that great patient experience. So some of the questions that you're asking are about balance and trying to balance the operational, trying to balance the patient experience, and also being, I guess, preserving flexibility for what happens in phase two.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the operational part of landscape, but that's more of a business thing. But could you confirm that the trees along the campus drive that are shown on that illustrative plan are actually not proposed because they're not in the actual site plan.
I'm going to look to Mike. Yeah, why don't you come up?
The ones along, the trees along the campus drive would be in phase 2. So the intent there along the campus drive where the phase 2 MOB would be was that, you know, we have a curb very close to the drive curb. So as those trees would establish, we'd be, you know, cutting through a lot of those roots there. So I don't think it's a great idea to plant those, you know, day one, knowing that we have sidewalks and curbs going in, you know, fairly close to those trees. So I think it's fair to get those in later.
But you could put the sidewalks in now too, and then that would establish the planting.
Well, those sidewalks function directly to that building. They don't necessarily connect elsewhere. So, but I think with the tree concern there is that, you know, say it was 5 years from now and they're super established, we're going to end up killing those trees. So, got to be cognizant of that.
So just confirming that, so there's no trees along Campus Drive or the Service Drive.
Correct.
Adjacent to the future development.
Correct. Yeah. So the black and white plan sheets are correct. So the rendering is not correct.
I'm going to pause there. Thank you for the input.
Yeah.
Pause.
Mr. Fishman?
Said it all. My big question was going to be the parking lot. I can imagine a mother or father dragging a couple kids through that parking lot, giant expanses of blacktop. I think I'd really like to see much more landscaping in the parking lot, and as Mr. Kay said, the walkway, so that you're at the far end of the parking lot, you can get to the hospital without dodging cars. So I think we need some work on the parking lot. I also agree with most of staff's recommendations. I think that I'm not an architect, and we do have an architect on our board, and he can make a comment, but I think the brick where the staff recommended would give the building a much more finished look, even though you're looking for a contemporary look. I know that's, I think I'd like to see staff's recommendations. Other than that, I think I agree with my colleague. I think he hit it really well, so.
I agree as well. Excuse me. Can you address the public comment about the native landscaping? Have there been or native trees? Have there been opportunity for that?
Sure, I can't answer every detailed question, but in regards to native plantings, we do have a series of meadow mixes through the plans. In addition to, I think one of the comments was mentioning the no-mow turf. The meadow mixes are, you know, pretty expansive on the perimeter of the site there to create a naturalistic, obviously, appearance, so it's pleasant to look at throughout the seasons. But they also do function to help kind of the different bugs and various birds and stuff that utilize those spaces. One thing I will add too with, you know, various trees, we do have a lot of native trees specified, you know, oaks and maples that are very kind of important to the different animal life and bug life that exists in our community. The trees and shrubs are also, you know, of the Dublin approved list, which is, you know, I would say very, very thoughtfully done. You know, they are very much of the I think most of them are native and cultivars of that. So I do think we are trying to very much try to incorporate native ecosystems into the site. Does that help answer?
Thank you. I have a follow-up question, sorry. Can we talk about architecture for just a moment? One question I have on the architecture of the building, there's maybe this is more for staff. There's a lot of spandrel in this. I mean, obviously we meet the requirements, or we're not conflicting the amount of spandrel that's allowable in this case.
The development text doesn't include a maximum
All right, that's why I couldn't find it.
spandrel material
Okay.
percentage.
Okay. And then the second question I have on the rooftop screening, particularly to the MOB, did you get, it's just a metal on the RTU screening. It's just a metal screening. Can you talk a little about that material there?
Yeah, the MOB roof screen is a profiled metal panel. It's open air, so it's not a penthouse. It is a screen wall.
So it'll match like the louver look behind.
It's approximately, I believe, about a 5-inch kind of corrugated, or I guess a profiled metal panel, kind of square profiles. Very common linear horizontal panel.
Did you, just out of curiosity, did you guys explore other materials for that? I mean, because one of the things is obviously very prominent. It's very visible because it's up on the roof and you can see it. And you got all these really beautiful finishes everywhere else in the building. Did you guys explore other options for better material up there?
You know, I think we wanted to tie into the penthouse of the hospital that uses a lot of the same material. It is a Centria product, BR536. We're using that at the kind of the 5th level of the penthouse. So even though it's a slightly different building form, it still is consistent. So we didn't really explore many materials besides that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry.
I also agree with everybody, but I wanted to thank everybody. I'm one of the neighbors who were invited to come and when you were first thinking about this and came with some plans, and I really appreciated you reaching out to the neighbors, and I think that really made it an important step for everyone as well too. I do agree, going through some of your steps and so forth, one that I was thinking about, number 17, you know, the surgical windows. Very few surgical places have windows at all. And sometimes it can be just because they're trying to keep it as cold as possible temperature, and putting in a big window is probably not. And I kind of see where you want to break that up. So I'm not, you know, off on that at all. I do think that maybe thinking about the brick on number 19 is something to think about. I think about, and maybe this product that you want to use, you know, if someone backs into it, it doesn't, you know, look bad or whatever, but I think brick is brick, and that kind of hits me with that in there too. I also, just thinking about safety too, and you have, you know, staff coming and going through the back area, and just safety, just to see if any of the blue boxes or something that you're incorporating in. I had a hard time finding that, and if it is, I commend you for that. And I think that's a good idea too. And then you know, just making it as accessible and so forth. I also just wanted to leave too with the idea that that the parking lot to me does have to have that little bit more of a green and kind of walking through, and with trees and things of that sort. So thank you.
Mr. Schneider, did you have more?
Well,
We're kind of venturing a
went into
little bit
discussion.
into deliberation.
yeah.
That still might like to
Are we
finish.
segueing into deliberation or discussion?
I still might like to continue with questions. Yeah.
I have one quick question. Did I understand that? I'm sorry. What I hate is when I see the rendering and it doesn't match the drawings. And with the trees, we've got more landscaping in the rendering than we do with the trees. Did I understand that you're willing to put those trees in or not put those trees in?
Question might be, what's the accurate representation of?
Yeah.
Sure. Now, I do understand the, you know, the frustration with the renderings. However, you know, as we're trying to describe the architecture of the building, we're trying to strike a balance of removing some of the landscaping so we could evaluate the architecture and actually see the building. Otherwise, we just would not see much of the architecture itself. So the landscaping that you see in the renderings is fictitious. It is, I have used a certain level of artistic liberty and really the landscape plans, site plans, all the information that's been submitted has documented the exact planting species and the spacing. So does that answer your question?
And Mr. Fishman, the illustrative site plan on the screen does not reflect the landscape plan that is proposed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. No, no, I'm not.
So the question, I believe, is whether or not the applicant would be willing to provide the trees on the west side of the campus drive in phase 1 as depicted on the illustrative site plan.
Yeah, right. That's why I know. Yeah.
I would say, I just want to finish answering his question. There's 1,000 trees on this site, and it's hard to illustrate 1,000 trees on a 35-acre plan that's that big. So, and to Tim's point in the rendering, I think it's important to understand that there are more trees than are depicted in that rendering because the focus is in illustrating the architecture. So the source of truth is in fact the landscape plans that were submitted as part of the final development plan.
Yeah. I have other concerns. The concern is the parking lot with very little landscaping.
Noted.
And the ability to travel from the back end of the parking lot to the hospital. It would be, dodging cars would be pretty serious problem if you got a couple kids and you're trying to get them to the hospital, or a kid trying to get to the hospital. So I'd like to see that closer to what the rendering seems to show.
Clarification.
Yeah, clarification.
What-
So we know, in other words, like what we see is what we should get. Okay, so I guess that's what I'm interested.
And
It's
just
bad
to
enough.
clear, yeah.
Yeah, you'd
Just to
prefer
provide-
the illustrative plan or the renderings?
Yes.
The renderings, which are light, or the illustrative plan,
Yes.
which is robust?
Right.
This one.
I'd like to see this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reality.
Record reflect he referred to the illustrative plan.
Mhm. And so just to clarify, when the commission is asked to review and approve a final development plan, you're reviewing and approving the technical drawings that are submitted, so the technical civil drawings and landscape architecture drawings, as well as the architectural elevations. The illustrative plans and renderings are intended to convey the intent. Certainly, if there's something on one of these plans that the commission would like to add as a condition, that's something that we can do. But as we can identify, they don't match in all cases.
Duly noted. Mr. Wade, did you have more?
I just wanted to clarify that in terms of the landscape that's illustrated, I think it's really the lack of showing the ground plane plant material that gives you that's the things that people can touch and feel, and it's right there. That's really important. The trees are great, but they just do, half the job. So not understanding the power that all of the investment that you're making that's illustrated in the technical drawings isn't being conveyed in the illustrative drawings. So I had a couple other questions about going back to the pedestrian gravel paving. So what I refer to as decomposed granite paving is what you're not recommending. You're recommending the ODOT something. Is that right?
Our basis of
That's what's in
design
the
is
drawings. It's like it shows up as like two inch size gravel. Is that right? I was trying to find the actual detail.
We did not. It's not it's the decomposed limestone that's compacted per the ODOT detail.
And it's not granite, it's limestone.
Correct.
Right.
That's what our basis of design is, yes.
Okay.
Why isn't that paved? Why isn't that paved rather than having people walk on stone?
Part of it is the experience. The paved walking path versus a granite path. Granite path is a little more natural, or not a granite, limestone, crushed limestone path is more natural. Part of it is in that balance that I spoke of before. We have an economic and an operational balance to achieve as part of developing this project. So that was where some of that decision making comes in.
It's also permeable.
It's also
Correct.
Permeable, so water can infiltrate it. So
Yeah.
environmentally, it's nicer, better.
Yeah.
The other question is there's so many drawings here. I keep flipping through here and then I lose my place. There's a granite or a concrete bollard proposed that's about 1 foot tall. I don't know where those are being used. I couldn't figure it out. It's on the page with the furniture, with the bench and the trash receptacle, wherever that went.
Those are going to be at your main entry at the canopy columns there along the doorway where vehicles are at the arrival plazas.
So those are at the main entrance?
Yes.
And to the hospital and to the MOB?
Correct.
And aren't they something that a vehicle can drive over very easy? Are they actually?
No, they're a Wasu tile product. So they are a heavy duty concrete bollard. It is a Mount Carmel standard. So it's a precast element.
And they're how tall?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
There they are. There you go. Oh, so they're.
Yeah, 32.
Okay. I was trying to figure, the picture does not reflect.
The picture looks
And I'm like, what am I missing here? So the dimensions are accurate. So that's the heavy duty concrete bond. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. It just, they look different than I thought they were going to, the dimensions. Anyway, thank you for clarifying that. Oh, one other question. In the key, there's a symbol for brick paving, and I couldn't find where on the drawings there is brick paving. And I'm trying to find the actual plan that shows paving, but I can't find that either.
So the only thing that might be on the key would be the fire lane with the grass pavers, which has been discussed. That may be.
So I don't think the pattern.
Different material. And then possibly it might be the ADA warning pavers that are plates that are listed. So I don't have the drawings in front of me. So
Yeah, and the drawings don't depict that pattern in any of those areas. That's why I couldn't figure out what. So that's the intent. They're at crosswalks.
Well, it would be a ADA warning plate. I don't have the wording of how it's listed on the drawing, so I can't say which it might be. But I'm thinking it may be the fire lane. Possibly.
And so, and this fire lane is where they would be, but we haven't resolved what material that is, right?
That's correct.
Right, but that's the only place that those are proposed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's the last question.
I'm gonna jump in with hopefully some that are rapid fire, and this handful of them might be more oriented towards Tim. I'm just confirming a few things. The mix of glass, right? There's translucent and spandrel all mixed in there.
Transparent and spandrel, yes.
Yeah. And translucent or just spandrel and.
You're speaking directly just exterior wise?
Yeah.
I don't think there is any translucent.
Okay. The limestone coursing is varied heights. You showed an image that was a very, forgive me, it's been a while since I did all my, this one, which is all the horizontal coursing is flat and even.
Yes,
obviously it jumps, but you're showing something a little bit different on the board.
Yeah, the image on the right, and yes, really the intent of that was to show the color and tone.
Got it.
But we are using, it's called a coursed ashlar, which is basically linear bands of certain patterns up the vertical height of the wall.
Thank you. And you mentioned the gray and the buff. Any of this gold mixed in? Or you?
I would say the majority would be more of a light buff.
Got it.
Grays, both white to light to dark grays.
Got it. Thank you. A couple of questions on the exposed fasteners. I mean, from what I can tell, you're proposing that for both horizontal and vertical planes.
That's correct.
Have you all done that before?
A multiple project, yes, with a lot of success.
And good?
The projects that you see on the right and the lower left are projects that we've done.
Your projects?
Yes,
Good wear on those fasteners. My concern is, I think we've all collectively seen things like this. Of course, the wrong fasteners are used, and you guys are building a hospital. You're going to be, your guys the guys doing it will be great. But the wrong fasteners are used, and suddenly that's leaking down the side and showing wear over time. Not something you guys want either.
Correct.
Okay.
I've never seen really streaking on the Prodema product. So either the shape of the fastener potentially might not be collecting the dirt.
Yeah.
But or maybe just the sheen value of the UV coating could potentially be kind of disposing of that dirt. But I haven't really seen it really weather in a negative way before.
Got it. Forgive me, I'm parsing through comments, upcoming comments and questions. White panels in your renderings, the white panels, the tones of white panel they're going to be randomized, correct? You show examples that I think are randomized here, but your rendering is just the nature of the modeling software. It's kind of a regular.
That's true. It's a kind of a texture map that does somewhat repeat itself. We would use a script file that would then randomize it across the facade, so there's not a repeating pattern across it.
Got it. Thank you. There's a view from the MOB entry drive, even tighter in on it. Maybe this one is starting to do the trick. There we go. So I see in this on some of those verticals, specifically on the glass, on the glass shell. Help me understand what I'm seeing in the vertical mullions. Are those? Do you have extra depth on the fins there? Are you anticipating and proposing something like that?
And so you're talking about the windows within?
Yeah, on the picture frame, the glass in the picture frame, there's periodically, right, a heavier piece that reads like it's a vertical fin that has more depth to it. Is that?
That's correct. So what you're seeing there, kind of where Nicole is highlighting, that's a 10-inch mullion extrusion.
Wide or deep?
In depth.
Got it.
In depth. That extends basically at the dimension of the patient room. And so it kind of expresses the kind of dynamic interior of the bed tower floors. And then basically that fin is offset on the lower floor, so it creates a little bit of a kind of movement across the facade.
You're saying the fin is vertically.
So on levels 3 and 4 are misaligned, creating a little bit of a texture and visual interest across the facade.
Duly noted. Thank you. Forgive me. I think I lost the names. Anthony. I think Anthony. Thank you, Tim. Currently, the ground-mounted signs, so all right, obviously you're concerned about the request for some depth on the lettering, I think, on the ground-mounted signs. The current proposal, just to clarify for me, the current proposal is a flat panel?
It's flush-faced. So there's an infill so that the opaque sign face, the white metal, and the acrylic letter are flush.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I don't know that I have more for you.
What's that?
I don't know that I have more for you at present.
Okay, no worries.
Question for staff on, I'm moving towards the helipad and the landscaping around said helipad. They showed a view from the adjacent on-ramp, right? So their property line stops short of the right-of-way of the expressway. The expressway, the vegetation they actually show, most of it, I think, is actually on the expressway side of the line. To it, I guess it's as much a question as anything else, there will be vegetation in front of these referenced areas. Or will that be, and maybe it's a question for the applicant, I'm not sure, will that be removed as well as part of the accommodation for the Helistop?
So there is vegetation along I-270 today within the right-of-way. From a development standpoint, our purview is private property located outside of the right-of-way, and the city is unable to guarantee any landscape buffering and its long-term existence within the right-of-way. So in reviewing this plan, staff's recommendation would be to look at the site landscaping in order to determine appropriate screening.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Can I ask that a different way?
Yes.
Will, and maybe this is an applicant question, will the FAA require them to remove the vegetation that's there in the ODOT right away in order to accommodate the helipad or the Helistop?
The flight path coming from the Helistop begins at the corners at the ground plane, and then it progresses up on a defined angle from there. So the requirement is that we cannot have obstructions that penetrate that angle. So trees, new trees on our side of the property line would penetrate that. Within the ODOT, I believe we are clear. So we won't have to remove anything.
Right. And the staff's recommendation that there be, I think, a low hedge along the top, would that violate the FAA height? There, I mean, I know how there's a cone, right? There's a whole technical drawings, but it doesn't seem to me that a hedge would be restrictive in those areas. I could see trees because they grow up tall, but a hedge seems to be reasonable. I don't understand. I guess the FAA would have to chime in on that.
And we will have at some point the follow-up reviews with them to do that. But I think as we demonstrated in our review of that, we have the visual screen from 270 back to the campus. So part of our concern or question is the value of adding a hedge there. It doesn't add value from a screening perspective. And we really don't want to tangle with the FAA.
You done?
Yeah, I mean, it's an FAA call. Right.
Another question for staff, Nicole, forgive me. I'm looking to number condition 23. And I'm looking for clarification on, right, the applicant articulated a stance that they believe they are in compliance. We articulated, staff articulated, we didn't think so.
That's correct. So staff articulated that they are not in compliance with their internal drive tree requirement, which is depicted on the screen in the purple dashed line. Staff is recommending approval of that fourth minor text modification to be accommodating of the existing trees along the Bright Road access drive, although staff is still requiring that be met along the emergency access drive, which I believe the applicant had indicated they believe they can do by reevaluating and reallocating the distribution of trees on their site. The other area where staff identified a landscape requirement not to be met are the foundation plantings at the southwest corner of the building, identified in green. So those are two items. And then additionally, in areas where the perimeter screen landscaping is unable to be provided because of FAA requirements, staff is recommending an alternative, which is that low perimeter hedge.
Thank you. Any additional questions at this point?
If I may, just one follow-up. Nicole, could you go to item 20? I just want to point to an image there in the conditions. Yep, the second slide there. So in regards to the question regarding the termination of the brick, this obviously isn't brick, this is that phenolic wood panel, but you had concerns about the treatment of the finish at the top there. So the detail depicted in this picture is indicative of what that finish detail would look like at the top of the building. So it is very, very carefully constructed, very, I think, very refined termination of the window plane as well as the brick plane at that metal coping at the top. So I just wanted to point out that image as a indicative of what that finish would look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. All right, we're going to go into deliberations at this point. Just a second call for any public here to comment on this case. Any additional comment? Proceed into deliberations. Lance, are you ready?
I just had, I'm sorry, I did one question just came up on the fasteners. Can you see, can the public, you talk about not being able to see it from whatever 30 feet. Are these in places where the public would see them closer than that? You know, is it, are they, I mean, are they always far enough away or?
Well, in one of the conversations we talked about, this material is on the underside of the canopy, for example. So that would be a place where the public would interface with this.
Right. Yeah, it was this surface, this plane.
This is vertical.
Right, this vertical plane is it where the, is it by a sidewalk, by an entrance, by?
Sure, yeah, that's a good depiction,
Okay.
Nicole, thank you. Yes,
So
as we approach the building, it's integral to those window openings. So
and it's separated by some little lawn, some.
Yes.
But not 30 feet. Thank you.
Can I follow up with that? So if you don't have exterior fasteners, you said the alternative is something else that's more difficult. What is the alternative to the exterior fasteners?
It is a concealed fastener.
Is it a clip?
It's the same. Yeah, Tim would probably know that detail better than I. You want to speak to that?
So it's more complicated because concealed fastener requires a thicker panel. So from the back side, there's the fastener is kind of core drilled halfway through the panel and it inserted in and then it kind of leveled. And so that's why, number one, it's more costly installation because of the thickness of the panel. And then just having to level the panel takes much more time.
Thank you.
What are those fasteners made out of? Are they steel or are they?
Oh, they're galvanized steel, and then they're color matched to match whatever selection of veneer that you select.
Okay, so they have the ability to rust over years.
No,
they can't rust.
I believe that galvanized steel, prevents that rust from occurring.
Well, I think we've all seen galvanized steel rust. Is
the lifespan of those fasteners exceeds probably, well, we spoke about the durability of these panels before. Less maintenance, more durability than brick, for example.
Well, okay, if they're, okay.
If it would help the commission, be more than willing to provide existing photographs of projects that have been, built for some time to see the weathering characteristics of the product with exposed fasteners.
Part of the beauty of that is we have hospitals that have had that material in place for nearly 20 years. And part of the beauty of that particular product and its durability is that it looks as good today as it did the day that the hospital opened. I can't overstate how durable and lasting that material is.
Thank you. Lance, you want to lean into comments? I think the way we might handle this is let everybody speak. Then we can go back through specifically the conditions that are up in the air and discuss one for one. So general commentary, and then we can get more nuanced around some of those things.
Rather than jump around on the conditions, that if we just take
That's
them
good too.
in series. So my general comment is to congratulate the applicant for a couple things. One is the listening and the quality and time and effort that you've put into it. And as an aside, the presentation was great because I wish other applicants would take the time to look at the conditions and responses to the condition. Made it very easy for us to line up your position, staff's position, so that we can take a position relative to that. So that's very helpful. We'll get there. So I'll reserve specific comments to the individual conditions and see what we can all come up with. Thank you.
Mr. Fishman?
I think it's all been said. I guess low on my list are fasteners. High on my list is the parking lot. Okay, so and the ability to safely travel through it, and also to have as much green as possible. I disagree. I don't think the trees are going to hide the architecture, and certainly the landscaping isn't. And I think that most people that come to Dublin admire the green and the landscaping. And I think that you've done it. I have to agree with my colleague that I think you've done a fantastic job, and I really do like the present. I also was going to comment on the presentation. It really makes it easy for me to see your view and the staff's view side by side. I think it was great, and I think that we're on the way. I think there's certainly some tweaking, but I think you've done a really amazing job. So, thank you,
Mr. Chinnock.
I echo the sentiments of the commission. I do really appreciate the effort. Again, new to this project because we weren't I was not, on the commission prior. So I really appreciate the thought that went in. I mean, you provided the amount of documentation you all provided was incredibly helpful, to overwhelming, but it was very, really appreciate the amount of work that went into this. And again, I fully echo everybody's sentiment. I think it's a great project. I think you've represented, the comments, and it seems to fit within the Dublin landscape. You've paid attention, and I just really appreciate that as a commission member and a resident. So thank you for that. I do think there are a few things that we'll discuss on the list that we probably aren't going to be able to concede on. I think we're going to be a little more supportive of staff recommendations, but we'll for sure get into that when we go item by item.
Ms. Harder?
Again, I want to say I appreciate you all reaching out to the community. I appreciate you all being here and spending the time. As a new commissioner, I appreciate the what's gone before and so forth. I think this is a great project. It's going to be wonderful, and we're going to get there, and we appreciate all of your time. Thank you.
Yeah, again, lots of questions, right? Just trying to get to the answers. I think my frustration with the renderings is I could look at the landscape plans, and as a landscape architect, I know it's going to be fabulous. I'm not sure my colleagues can appreciate it because the renderings don't reflect it, and that's a frustration of mine. But I think you've done a wonderful job on the landscape. And the spaces that you've created, you know, the chapel garden, things like that are just going to, like, those will be gems. And that the green space out in front, I think that's all going to be fabulous. I still go back to my patient experience of patients arriving by car, parking in a large parking lot, not shaded, not a clear route to a path that gets you safely to the hospital. I think there's some fundamental things there that I think needs some more work. I think the future phase part of the site, I think it needs to be treated to some degree to make it feel like it fits in. And it's not just, oh, we left that out for now. And I think putting street trees along the streets would really help to look like it's finished. And then it would just look like it's I assume a grassy field that is part of the site. And then my third thing is, I still think there could be some more work on that entry drive coming in from Bright Road. I think that's such a fabulous opportunity. As a place on the campus, as a woodland walk, and I feel like the way that the walk's been treated right now is kind of like just pushed out of the way, and I think the entry drive just feels a little bit too. I know it's going to be this balance between tree preservation and getting the right kind of feel, right? And I think there's a balance there. So to me, I'd like to see some more work done on that.
Echoing all my fellow commissioners, kudos. The project is great, right? Welcome to Dublin. Love to have you. This is going to be a wonderful campus, and you guys are doing really good design, sensitive to the community, sensitive to your users. It's delightful. General comments, I entirely concur on the parking lot and experience out of the parking lot specifically, and most importantly, your sort of your patient parking lots leading towards the building. You've created the great greenway going right down it, but then you don't funnel anybody to it, right? And I think that's an easy fix, one that will benefit you all more than it'll benefit us, but it also solves sort of other issues that are forthcoming, like the light poles, right? It gives you a place to land those, and then everybody funnels right to that greenway, right down to the building. It all works splendidly in a lovely way. I agree with Mr. Way. The worrisome part about incomplete phases is that sometimes they stay incomplete. Of course, you guys have grand plans, and everyone always does, but right, we all look at it and we see the incompleteness of it. So there's merit to solving for that in an intermediate way that is reasonable and sensible. I'm still an advocate. I know I'm on record previously in previous comments. I like the shadow box up on the high building. This is neither here nor there in the larger terms of things, but that seems to me like it wants more depth, more separation, so it's less coplanar with the glass facade that sort of goes by beyond it. So I would advocate for trying to find, you know, another 12 inches on that, so it separates a little more fully. I do also worry about the east facade at the lower level. The lower level and the upper level are, the east facade is still the one that leaves something wanting, right? And ultimately, it's a long ribbon going left to right, kind of wandering, sure, but snaking along, and the mass in the back is somehow disconnected, right? This is not all working together. I don't know what the solve is off the cuff. I might advocate for, right, reconsider, we talked about the elbow in there that's right, the junction of it, right? But of course, the elbow gets lost in the long ribbon, right? It becomes more of the glass that just continues. So I don't know if that is something that's revisited, the materiality, the massing right there at that elbow that breaks it. Either it's the stone that comes up, either it's somehow, you know, the Prodema wood that starts to activate that, but maybe that starts to tether back into the back building and break up the long snake of a mass along this side. And I think that does it for my general comments. With that,
Can I just,
Go ahead.
I didn't want to be the architect. So I did want to, that is the Sawmill Road elevation or east elevation. I have the same impression. It's just this one long contiguous look, and if something could break it, I think it would be much more successful. And the view from Sawmill Road is going to be important. So I think that is something to pay attention to.
still opportunity to improve it. With that, I suppose the best way to work through this is to work through the 15 conditions and discuss one for one. There will inevitably be discussion periodically on some of these. I suppose that first and foremost, we could probably do a temperature check rather quickly, and then if anybody wants to discuss more robustly.
Would it make sense perhaps to borrow the applicant's presentation and go through the conditions?
Yeah, one for one, the visuals of it, yes.
But,
and I'm asking as much as anything, I'm asking my fellow commissioners, are we good to kind of go through and do a temperature check, thumb up, thumb down, right? Respond appropriately if we have more robust discussion or stances.
I have one question before we get the conditions on the minor text modifications. Nikki, the first one, I'm not sure if there's either I'm not reading it right or there's a word missing or.
Yeah, my summary is adapted from the actual text. So the word permitted appears 2 times.
Okay.
But I believe the text submitted in your packet is correct.
Okay.
And workable.
Thank you.
We're going to that. Yes.
Starting with the brick parapet.
Can I ask a quick, so with this many modifications or concessions, do we vote on them individually or we vote on them as a whole?
We're essentially saying, how about this? Much like everything else, we're going to kind of do a thumbs up, thumbs down temperature check, right? If we have a majority of us, we'll advocate for it staying on the list. If we go the other way, we might concede it off the list. Is what it comes down to. And again, right, unfortunately, there's a lot of them. There's many of us. Some of these are going to be more fruitful discussion than others.
Are we thinking on the applicant, changing it for the applicant, like when you're saying up or down? I just want to clarify that I'm.
Yeah, right. So right now, if we voted on this, just in general, if we voted on this project, all of these are in. The applicant is asking for some of them, for concessions on some of them. So now we're debating said concessions. And
if we have any problems with any of the conditions that staff have.
that too. No easy way to get through this. Huh. All right. Nicole, we're happy to have the applicant did a good job putting together a presentation. Yeah, happy to go through it this way, I think. And again, this is brick parapet. Ultimately, staff is asking that the architecture be updated to provide a brick parapet to terminate the roof line of the medical office building, the connector in the lower level of the east wing. So they're asking for brick to go above the glazing and the wall essentially to extend above the roof.
See, I'm okay with the applicant's request that it be removed. So I'm okay with the applicant.
All right, and Lance is a, let's say that's a thumbs up. Who's with Lance? 2.
I'm a thumbs up as well. And just to clarify, it's your staff is recommending parapet height changes elsewhere, correct, on the building?
I thought on the roof too, right?
And it was just this request is just no.
So I'm pulling up an image really quickly. So everywhere that there is a red line on this drawing, staff is proposing a brick parapet. Today, the roof terminates in a metal coping.
Okay, so so this, just to clarify further, this concession is for this whole.
Yeah, so if you removed the condition that's recommended by staff,
Okay.
it would be in favor of the architecture as presented originally by the applicant.
So
are we concerned about it necessarily being brick, or are we concerned about a parapet?
can we clarify something?
Yes.
I'm confused
Mhm.
because the rendering that the applicant has provided, that's not the parapet, that's the first floor. I don't understand you're saying the top of the building, what's being pointed to there is not the top of the building, right?
Yeah.
Right? Mark, the
Mhm.
architect.
Well, they're all parapets. They're all potentially parapets is what it
But as Mr. Way is saying, I think the drawing is of, and the applicant is of the lower.
Right, but that's not what's being recommended by staff.
Yeah.
Correct, yes. The applicant's example is showing a portion of the building that was not contemplated by staff.
But the same potential detail still exists. The glazing runs up to the coping, right? The metal coping. The staff is asking for specifically brick, not just a parapet above the roof,
Mhm.
but specifically for the said parapet to be brick.
Correct.
I support staff's recommendation.
I do too.
You were okay conceding?
Did you know where it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I support. I'm sorry. I was saying I support staff's recommendation based on the extent of the parapet.
So you support the parapet? I support the parapet. The brick parapet. I support staff.
So,
Ms. Harder? Mr. Way, your staff?
I support staff, yes.
I support staff. It stays. 17. Applicant revised the 4 single windows at the second floor of the east elevation to match the other windows on the elevation. Let's say thumbs up is support for staff. I need.
Can I clarify?
Go ahead.
And maybe this is partly for the applicant. I mean, you can do things with the window so that it lets light in, but you can't see. So staff's advocating for a wider window. And I take it that it's in surgery and there's certain, but you could do something with the glazing so that you can't actually see what's going there, but it still lets light in.
Mm-hmm.
So I like where staff's going with the proportion of the windows, as long as I agree that with the applicant that they don't want people to be able to look in there. So that would be my compromise. The glass that has a certain amount of opacity to it.
I have a clarification. Is the staff's position, is it the width of the windows or that the windows be arranged more symmetrically?
It's the width of the window. So the spacing of the window is not requested to change. It's that it would be a paired window instead of a single.
Okay, thank you.
There's a comment.
Yes.
Thank you for hearing me out. Those windows are aligned to the surgical room door. And where the brick facing is, there are alcoves for equipment. An alcove must be 50 square feet, 2 feet wide, 20 feet, 25 feet long. That is where we are placing our storage of our operating room tables, our C-arms for radiology, the equipment that will support the cases so it is immediately available to the operating room. That is why there is a functional design. If we widen the windows, we will lose functional space for equipment. I just wanted you to understand what was behind the wall. It was more than privacy. It's an operational concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Thanks for clarifying. I agree with the applicant in this case. I don't think doing some sort of level of opacity on a window or something is what we want to accomplish here. I think it's either, you know, to achieve what you're saying where you can't have transparency. So I think I support the applicant's recommendation as rendered.
I support the applicant.
Applicant.
3, I'm 4. I support the applicant as well on this one.
I do too, and just a comment, at another hospital that we had in Dublin, we had the same problem, and we conceded also because they had a situation where they had to put windows in different places because of a certain room. So I agree with the applicant.
This would be a good case of where a floor plan of that space presented to us to show that issue would really help. So.
I would advocate generally on this side. I cannot tell you why, but Tim, at that horizontal mullion, that's probably right at the ceiling line. I don't even know where you went. A fin there, right? Adjusting your fins and the depth of that and somehow wrapping around the building could be really compelling. 19, service screen wall. That all service yard screen walls be constructed of brick to be architecturally integrated with the building.
I support staff.
I'm with staff.
I support staff.
Staff. I too support staff. I might pose the question to the commission. Part of what's, I think, our discomfort is ultimately the mass, the amount of this metal panel. I suppose it, and I'm asking as much as anything else, would we be open to a design that has most brick with the panel inset periodically, sort of like a window element? Something that could be worked on with staff.
I'd have to see what that looks like to answer that, but I do think this is, I mean, while it will be landscaped, it's still very pedestrian folk. I mean, it's a big focal. You're going to see it. It's not something that's going to be behind. So I think it's, and I think it's kind of how we operate in Dublin too, where this is important. Like, so I guess I'm saying no. I still think it should be brick. I think it's just it's going to be too close to people. It's going to be down on the ground level. Just way too visible.
Got it. We support staff. Number 20. Applicant provide installation details for the metal panels and wood panels, which are Prodema, prior to submitting for building permits.
I support staff's recommendation. They're just asking for details, right? They're not, so.
I support staff.
I support staff.
Staff.
Okay.
And if I may there, I think what Mr. Way was driving at was that the condition as written in your packet does not specify that those fastening details be concealed, although concealed fasteners were referenced in the staff report. The condition itself just says they have to be presented to staff or are subject to staff approval. So it does not foreclose that
duly noted
these external fasteners may be used.
21. that the parking plan be updated to maintain the reduction of 52 parking spaces in Phase 2 for a total of 946 parking spaces.
I support staff's recommendation.
I support staff.
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 Okay. 23, that the applicant revise the landscape plans to demonstrate conformance to the requirements of the development text prior to the building permit submittal. Of particular note was the drive aisles, the drive aisle around the perimeter, with ready recognition that some of the existing trees would count towards that. There was the element at the foundation plantings at the corner of the hospital. Did we separate, forgive me, did we separate the low hedge? The low hedge is separated. So was it only those two items specifically in particular?
And do we address the parking issue here too, or is that would that be item 26?
The applicant is going to be required to provide internal drive trees along the emergency access drive. That's one of those items. And I believe the applicant indicated that they were able to do that through reallocation of trees to this area. So from a staff perspective, I believe it's been clearly articulated for the record what the expectations are, and we've already indicated that we will continue to work with them and meet with them to meet these landscape requirements. So I would encourage us to keep the condition because it's very general and broad and can be taken care of during permitting.
Does that cover the other concerns we discussed?
If you'd like to add something more specific regarding the campus drive being planted, that would need to be an additional item.
And what about the parking pathway? Are we considering that landscaping? There was a
So yeah, that would be landscaping, but it's not required by the development text, so it wouldn't be covered under this condition. So if you wanted to require something above and beyond what's depicted, that would need to be an additional condition.
So we may have earmarked two.
We should come back at the end and then.
Yeah.
Right, let's go through these.
So keeping score at home.
Can you turn your mic on? Your mic.
Thank you. Do we want to wait on, oh, all right. Nope, you're fine. Let's go to 27. That's good. Circle back to 26.
The presentation's out of order.
Oh.
We can go to 26.
The question to commission, do we want to revisit that? I think we'd revisit that in a little bit. Let's go to 27. That the applicant update the plans to specify the crushed granite aggregate for all gravel walks and plazas, and that the applicant demonstrates that the gravel is a high quality and compaction subject to staff approval. I have one staff.
I agree with staff.
I support applicant.
I'm staff. We have 429, that the applicant provide a low hedge atop the I-270 mound to fill any screening gaps. Again, we have greenery on the side. Is the language of this the issue? Do we need to?
I have a clear question on this one, maybe for staff. So what you were saying earlier was that we can't guarantee that ODOT's going to keep this landscaping here. So there's potential, like we just don't have control of that. So there's potential they decide to come in and take it all out. Okay. I just want to clarify that. So this maybe is an inaccurate depiction of what it could potentially be. So I'm supportive of staff, I guess, in the short. Wait a second.
Support of staff.
I support staff.
I support staff too. I just wonder if we have modified the language to better accommodate, right, work with staff and/or FAA concerns.
Right. Yeah, we could, to sort of meet in the middle here, add a phrase to this that, that they will work with staff to identify the species that at mature height will keep it below the FAA flight path. Because that I think accomplishes the idea of complying with FAA, which is a necessity. But also if this growth were to be taken away by ODOT, you otherwise would just have a couple of bald mounds.
Mm-hmm. Do we need to see that? Can we circle back to that language?
We'll circle back to that. We'll write something up.
31, I actually also think this one is probably just a language sort of comment that the applicant update the plans to provide heavy-duty pavement for all fire apparatus access drives and fire lanes to the satisfaction of Washington Township Fire Department, which to it, forgive me, I think it was Mark alluded to, they think it's agreeable to the fire department and would work their solution. I would leave it to the fire department to really.
They won't approve the project until it meets the requirements.
I support I guess I'm supporting the applicant on this. If they can prove that that meets the heavy duty requirements, then I like the idea of it being a different material
right
for the space.
But do we just omit heavy duty pavement or the term pavement in particular?
Right. I think that we just say material rather than pavement.
Heavy duty material.
Heavy duty material.
Subject to, yep, to the satisfaction of more agreeable. Okay, approved. And then finally 37, that all ground mounted signs exclusive of DR03 be updated to provide dimensional push through letters and logos at a minimum dimension of 1 inches for primary site entry signs and 0.5 inches for all other signs.
So I for both of these, 37 and 38, I do not think we can concede on signage. I think it's too important to our community to have high end like halo-lit and nicer signage. So I don't feel I'm supportive of staff on this. I don't think we should concede on signage because it's a big deal.
Others?
I support staff on both of them.
I support staff.
I'm a staff as well. And I didn't have 38. Are we lumping collectively?
I said both from my perspective.
Same for everyone else? Okay. We have to circle back to 29 for language.
And 26.
Is that 29? 29 was the hedge. Yeah, there you go. And 26, we owe some attention, probably relative to
new condition, perhaps.
I think it's covered.
New conditions.
26, it's clad in stone if it's not located within a landscape island. That could be the alternative answer.
20, I'm sorry, hold on just a second. 29, that the applicant provide a low hedge atop I-270 mound to fill any screening gaps, and the applicant work with staff to identify a species with mature height compliant with FAA regulations. Thank you. We like the way that's written?
Yep.
And are you asking me if I like the way that that's written, I think is,
I support that language.
Is satisfactory. Yeah.
All right, so we bypassed 26 We also articulated, so relative to other landscape-oriented conditions, there was some potential appetite to entertain something more about Campus Drive in particular, or was it the
It's
incomplete
It's the roads that
future site?
surround the future development site, yes.
Roads surrounding,
Street trees along, yeah.
roads surrounding future development, future phase. So generally, you're advocating for, we'll get a temperature check in a second. We're advocating for street trees around the future development.
On the inside and outside of the road, if you want to look at it like that. Both sides of the roads that adjoin them.
So what would be the condition? That the applicant work with staff to identify?
Install street trees along Campus Drive and the service drive.
So I wrote one for you. It's 31. Oh, sorry. There's the word trees and there's one.
Oops.
Would you, how about you say, can you go back to that? The applicant install trees on both sides of all internal drives.
That would cover it.
Yes. Comma. I haven't used any today. The applicant saw trees.
No, because there's a minor text modification.
Do we want staff to be involved? Is this conditioned? Or is, I mean, trees are trees? No?
I mean, are you talking about 31?
Yes. Are you
I mean,
okay
we'll
with?
review the permit to ensure that this condition is met.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. But it would be a standard that they would be held to.
All right, so circling back to 26, the number 26, again, we've discussed a couple different things robustly, one of which was landscape breaks in, I'm going to say landscape islands, landscape breaks in parking lots. That in part couples with number 26, although 26 can still potentially stand on its own, that the applicant update the plans to clad the base of all lights with stone that are not located within a landscape island.
I think the clarification, if you look at the ones in, if you look at the poles in Dublin that have stone at the bottom, it's real stone. And so if a car hits it, I haven't seen any that have been damaged or crashed out.
The car loses.
The cars are crashed. Yeah. So I think that if they do it with real stone, if they clad it with stucco stone, of course it's going to fall off if something hits it. So I think if it was done with real stone, it could look really good.
I'm supportive of staff on this as well, but I think to your point, we need to add another, this is separate from the landscape islands that we're requesting this condition, correct?
Yeah. I was just going to say, I thought that this may be an opportunity to sort of get two birds with one stone, because if you're incorporating landscape breaks in the parking area, there's only 7 freestanding light structures. So perhaps an option would be to incorporate those light structures into pedestrian landscape breaks.
Yep.
And in which case the base material would be of less consequence because it would be landscaped.
What do you think about that?
There's also the issue of providing some pedestrian connectivity to get to the, so it's three things, right? It's landscape islands, incorporating pedestrian connections through the aisles to lead you to a perimeter sidewalk that gets you to a front entrance. Is that a separate one, or can we link those all together?
I think that's, I mean, I think ultimately it's two. We could leave 26 potentially with where we're going, right? The one we're talking about landscape breaks, I think we could write that with encouragement towards pedestrian, right? I think that works together.
Yeah. I mean,
if we write the new one.
It's really, I mean, basically it's three parking lots that need to be looked at in terms of additional landscape, how lighting's integrated, and how safe pedestrian connectivity is created to adjoining walkways. Is that three different things, or could that be one?
I mean, it seems to me, and I'm just a lawyer, I'm not a landscape architect, but from listening to your conversation, it seems that these are three interrelated items.
Interrelated, yeah.
And that a synthesis of these could solve all of the commission's concerns as well as the applicant's concerns about the cladding of the base of the light structures that staff has requested.
I agree.
So
The
we may
stone's
want to,
inconsequential if you do it the way you're proposing.
Again, it's got to be, somebody's got to look.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to figure it out.
so we might just need to take a minute to
craft language.
craft that.
Are they to get, I see them as sort of two. One is the design of the poles. The other is making the parking lots more pedestrian friendly.
Right. That's the biggest thing, I think.
Yes.
They're not, you know, no matter what you
If they
do,
leverage that design, that pedestrian friendly design to land poles,
you could have,
power to them.
it could be very pedestrian friendly, independent of how the poles are cladded.
Right.
Yes.
So I mean, I would say deal with what do we want to do with the poles? And what do we, as a two-step, yeah, there's two, not one condition, but two conditions.
I agree. It feels like two separate.
A pole condition.
Right.
And a pedestrian, and one broadly on pedestrian.
Again.
That's fine. So leave the just.
So number 26.
I support
as it's written.
Is.
And I support staff's recommendation.
Staff.
I support staff.
Staff. And if they bring it back and solve the problems, then we're fine, right?
Then we're to.
Sure, she got all that.
Staff provide.
But Kim, your concern is more than just the landscape. It's.
I mean, we could make it into three.
Landscape breaks for pedestrian.
Is it, and Warren was talking about, you know, access. So landscape bricks delineating the surface with landscape bricks doesn't solve the issue of the distances that you have to traverse. You're just traversing over landscape bricks instead of asphalt. So isn't there another issue of breaking up the parking lots so that you're...
The solution here is ideally all, like, again, they've created this wonderful greenway. The pedestrian should funnel to it. You don't do that by right now, the spines of the parking lots, basically crossing those.
Right. That's my point. And so putting landscape bricks instead of asphalt doesn't solve that issue.
Ideally, you would turn the aisles the other perpendicular so that people had to walk to that central green space along the aisle. And then,
whatever the solution.
That's why I'm saying it's almost like the whole parking lot, re-looking at it in terms of additional landscape and pedestrian connectivity.
It's additional design to make the parking lots more pedestrian friendly. There's probably a better term of art than that.
I agree, but we also have to be cognizant of parking counts, right? That they're trying to achieve certain parking counts. So I think there are some things that they can do, whether it is pavers or whatnot, to make the pedestrian access better. But we also have to be cognizant of minimum parking requirements, parking counts.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it's not just green space, but it's tree cover, right? It's creating shade, right? So you. I love it.
You guys are good.
To Lance's previous question on one of the other ones, is there merit? Do we need work with staff on?
Yeah, I mean, some of these things that are a bit more I think on this one, it would make sense to have this be subject to staff approval. Now, I guess my question to the commission would be, if that exercise results in the 7 freestanding light structures no longer being freestanding, but in a landscape island, is there any concern? I mean, the balance that are in landscape islands are not clad in anything. So I just want to be clear for the record that if those light standards end up in the landscaping here, they would be treated like others in the landscape.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it renders 26 kind of not moot, but untapped. All right, thumbs up on that. Any others?
The only other one, which I may be the only person that is this, the north entry coming in, that whole wooded space, the current, where the walkway is along the western edge of it, pushed up against the property line. I mean, that's where the benches are and stuff. You're just kind of, I don't know, it just seems.
But, and your advocacy would be?
To provide a parallel route on the east side of the roadway so that there's a loop, so that you have options.
Yes, I suppose the question, don't get me wrong, it sounds wonderful. I'm for it. They've heard it. The question is, would we condition it?
I'm just posing it to the commission. If there's not support for that.
Well, and that's where I'm going. Would others condition it?
Okay.
Does sound lovely, though. We advocate for that. So are we fully written up at this point, Nicole?
Yes. Can you just give me 1 second? I'm going to count how many conditions we have now.
And at the risk of belaboring this further, one of the comments that was brought up was the massing of or maybe massing is not the right term, but that eastern elevation and the architecture of that, and perhaps adding more, working either with massing or material to break that up. Is that of interest from a condition standpoint or just a comment at this point?
I personally articulated that. I defer to the commission if we condition it.
I think we should condition it. I agree with your comments about it. I think we need to have a little more architectural articulation on that elevation. I think it should be a condition.
I support the architects on the commission.
I agree.
All right, one more. Let's go. It'll be, I think, a works with staff. To consider design at the could be a change in material, could be a change in massing and height too. I mean, I think it's just leave it to design at the elbow. I think there's stone at the lower level and a canopy that, you know, even if that started to grow more vertically, perhaps it has enough presence to do something. Thank you all for your patience. Yeah, there's some stone at the lower level.
Sorry. Mark, I'm sorry. I'm going to need you to repeat your request. So far, I have to revise the east elevation to further articulate.
I think we're specifically addressing the we're going to call it the elbow, the entry bend, staff entry. This probably caveats with a work with staff. And I mean, it could be a number of things. It could be design, it could be material, it could be massing. Ultimately, we're saying.
Mark, could you sum it up by just architectural articulation?
I think
is really what it is. Whether it's materials.
Consider design considerations at the center elbow.
Okay. So we have to revise the east elevation to further articulate the knuckle, which is what we've been calling it.
Thank you.
Do you want to say which may include, or?
I think work with staff covers it. I think.
Subject to staff approval. Okay.
The request, and I think working with staff would.
Yeah.
And the goal is to differentiate it, just so we're clear on the intent, is to differentiate it in that it's all very much the same material, same look.
I think their design intent was to differentiate it with the glass. I don't think it's doing right. It's still a continuous ribbon is what it comes down to. So
Continuous ribbon still?
No.
You do not. Okay. 1 second. I'm just making this a little more specific, and then I'm going to run it by you because I think it would be helpful for everyone.
This is not easy. It's a lot of words in there. I'm not sure we need them all. further articulate. East.
Is it mass and material, mass or material? I want to make sure we get to the materiality part because I think that was also a key point. I don't want to make it cumbersome, but I want to be clear when we're trying to implement this.
What if it was further articulate the knuckle along the east elevation to break the ribbon and differentiate the entry?
Do we need to define knuckle because knuckle isn't a term anywhere in here? Just as it's the connection between the hospital and the MOB. That to me is clearer than saying knuckle.
Connector, different connector. Oh, it's still
Ribbon in quotation marks. Because
why is the east elevation?
And Mark, when you say ribbon, that's a metaphor for the sort of horizontal appearance of that elevation, right? It's not an architectural term.
What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Base,
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, we've revised it again to be more literal.
Forgive me, Nicole. This is nuanced. Can you flip the further articulate the connector out front of? Further articulate the connector along the east elevation. Or find a different place for east elevation to give it context. Done.
East elevation should be after connector. On the east elevation to break the building base.
Close enough.
If Lance is happy with it.
I mean, I would think that this.
The question is, as long as everybody understands that it's a record, break the building base seems a little inside baseball. The record staff's okay.
I find the reference to the building base to be more clear than ribbon.
Yeah. Yes.
Got it.
I'm okay with that, given the extensive discussion we have on the record.
Duly noted. Anything else? We are, and I'm asking, we're prepared to vote on this. with, is it
44.
44 conditions at this point?
Yeah.
Are you prepared to have us vote?
Hi, I'm Denny Fruderman, 8564 Pennington Court, Powell, Ohio, 43065. I'm with H-Plex Solutions. We're the owner rep. I've been managing the project for Mount Carmel. I want to thank you tonight for all this time you've taken, all the consideration you've given us. We're in a pretty big dilemma. We came in here tonight with 12 items that we contested that we thought really had changed the architectural flow of the direction we were given, with a cost of about $500,000 increase. After the conditions you put in tonight, we're probably looking more at a 7-figure number. We're fighting inflation, as you know, construction cost. We're fighting a project that is over budget. And we certainly appreciate if you vote, we get approval, but I will tell you that at this point, Mount Carmel is going to have to step back and reevaluate services in the building and/or things we can do to try to mitigate some of these costs. Mount Carmel is about being a good steward in the community, offering healthcare at affordable prices. And unfortunately, the market we're in and the pricing of this building in Dublin may be detrimental. So we're going to have to step back and do some reevaluation after tonight. But thank you very much for all the time you spent on behalf of Mount Carmel.
Denny, forgive me. Would you prefer, maybe I'm clarifying with Thad, our options here are, we can vote as it is with the items we've laid out. We can table.
You could, yes.
Are you prepared to have us vote?
Unfortunately, here's the box we're in. Our schedule, first of all, let me just say this. We've been meeting with the staff every week since last September, every Wednesday. The first time that we have seen these changes that are proposed tonight, we talked to the staff last Wednesday, week ago, to prepare for this meeting. We were given 12 conditions. On Friday, when it was sent to you and was sent to us, we saw 42. So we have very little time to react to what was put on this paper from Wednesday to Friday of last week to this week. If we defer, we lose our subcontractors. I don't know if you're familiar with this market, but subcontractors only hold prices for so long. We have the site subcontractor and the concrete subcontractor representing, they were the low bidders, and the next high bidders, they told us if we don't start construction by the 29th of this month, they will walk and they're going to Intel. Intel's taking this market, if you're aware of what's going on. Our next bidder is $1.5 million higher. So now we're faced with, if we defer, the increased cost here, plus the increased cost in construction just on the site work alone, and the schedule, which adds dollars, so it's probably just digging a deeper hole. It's a little quandary for us, quite frankly. We were pretty surprised and taken back what's happened tonight. We understand where you're coming from.
So, Mr. Supelak, a suggestion would be for the commission to vote on the approval with the 44 conditions that have come out of tonight's discussion. Then they would have the approval and could proceed as they need to from a business and operational standpoint.
Agreed.
There's obviously an appeal process to this. So.
And we have to, ultimately, we have to have a motion for the 4 minor text modifications. And then the motion for the 44 conditions.
Correct.
In that sequence.
Yes.
Do I have a motion for the 4 minor text modifications?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Harder,
Yes.
Mr. Shinnok,
Yes.
Mr. Fishman,
Yes.
Mr. Supalack,
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Motion to approve final development plan with 44 conditions.
So,
Motion to approve.
second.
Mr. Way,
Yes.
Mr. Supalack,
Yes.
Mr. Snare,
Yes.
Mr. Fishman, Mr. Shinnok,
Yes.
Ms. Harder.
Yes.
It's a doozy of a project. Understand the conditions are difficult at times. We sincerely appreciate all the work you guys have already put into this. It's a wonderful hospital. Hope everything can work out and work out well for you.
May I have a restroom break?
Yes, 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5-minute bio break.
I'll be very swift.
Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. Case number 2 and 3 will be heard together. Highland Glen at 7270 Highland Croy Road. Case number 22-078 FDP Final Development Plan, and case number 22-079 FP Final Plat. Development plan is an application request for construction of 102 single-family homes on 42.5 acre site zone plan unit development district, Highland Glen. The site is located northeast of the intersection of Highland Croy Road with Post Road. The application for the plat is request for a subdivision of the 42.5 acre site to create those 102 single-family lots with the dedication of open space and right-of-ways. The site is Zone Plan Unit Development District, Highland Croy, and is northwest of the intersection of Highland Croy Road and Post Road. Nicole, take us away.
Great. Good evening. As mentioned, this is a final development plan and final plat for a new residential neighborhood. This is a planned unit development. The rezoning was approved by City Council in December of 2021 and effective in January of 2022. This final development plan allows the opportunity to review all final details, including engineering, landscape design, and signs. It's important to note that individual residential architecture is not reviewed and approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission like commercial architecture. As noted, the 42-acre site is located northeast of the intersection of Post Road and Highland Croy Road. It's important to note that this is on the western boundary of the City of Dublin, and Highland Croy Road is located within the jurisdiction of the Union County engineer. The site is presently developed with 2 single-family homes and contains a historic farmstead. The site is surrounded by existing single-family neighborhoods. A total of 102 single-family lots are proposed to be developed in 3 phases, which correspond to 3 platted sections of development. All street stub extensions from adjacent neighborhoods will be extended in Section 1, with the 40 lots that are located north of Springview Lane and south of the South Fork of the Indian Run. Section 2 is 33 lots south of Springview Lane, and Section 3 is 29 lots north of the South Fork of the Indian Run. The preliminary development plan establishes development standards, both for the neighborhood as well as for individual lots and buildings. The final development plan confirms compliance with all of the development standards for the neighborhood, while final building development standards will be confirmed with individual building permits. The standards approved by City Council are depicted on the screen. All of the individual lots meet the minimum area, width, and depth requirements, accommodating the minimum front yard building line of 20 feet and necessary setbacks to accommodate development. A total of 13.5 acres of open space are proposed to be provided. This is 1 acre greater than was originally depicted at the preliminary development plan. The applicant has revised the name of each reserve in order to align with the sections that are being platted. You'll see here each open space reserve serves a specific purpose and is permitted to contain specific features. All of the area hatched is proposed to be maintained by the HOA and owned by the City of Dublin. It's important to note that Reserve A is a separate project and will be designed by the City of Dublin. As with every development, tree preservation, tree replacement, and a final landscape plan is required to be reviewed and submitted. The applicant is preserving over 1,000 inches of protected trees and is proposing to replace the majority of those inches on site. Any inches that are not able to be replaced on site are required to be paid a fee in lieu. The proposed landscape plan depicted on the bottom of the screen shows the implementation of the rural roadway character along Highland Croy Road for the Highland Glen subdivision, which is a requirement of the community plan. So you'll see pockets of no-mow grass as well as informal clusters of trees in lieu of street trees. The applicant should continue to work with staff to ensure the final landscape plan incorporates all of the plant specifications and quantities prior to permitting. Additional site development details have also been provided for the Highland Croy Road frontage. This includes limestone piers, as well as a 4-rail fence, which is proposed to accent the entry features. Staff is conditioning that in lieu of the 4-rail fence, a split rail fence be installed to match surrounding neighborhoods located to the north and east. Additionally, signs are also included in this application. The development is permitted a total of 3 signs and 3 are proposed. 2 secondary signs are provided at the northernmost and southernmost intersections. These signs meet all the requirements of the development text. The main entry sign exceeds the maximum size and height permitted in the development text, and the sign will need to be reduced to a maximum of 20 square feet in size and 6 feet in height. As mentioned, a final plat accompanies this final development plan. Planning and Zoning Commission is asked to make a recommendation to City Council for the acceptance of the plat. The plat delineates final parcel lines as well as easements, rights of way, and open space reserves. As previously indicated, this neighborhood will be platted in 3 sections, with all street extensions occurring in Section 1. Staff has reviewed this application against the review criteria and is recommending approval of the final development plan with 14 conditions, and is also recommending approval of the final plats with 1 condition. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the applicant is here this evening. Thank you.
Let's do questions for staff.
Go ahead. I just had a quick question about mailboxes. Is that something that you all have spoken with them about, or? Thank you.
Yeah. Would you like additional details? Yes. So all new subdivisions are required to have combined mailbox units. So the applicant has worked with the city as well as the post office to identify the locations of those CBU units. These CBUs will be decorative in nature and have landscaping around the base.
So there are no mailboxes at every individual.
That's right. That is a USPS requirement. That is not a city mandate.
Could you explain staff's recommendation to change the fence type? And when you say split rail, I'm not quite sure what that looks like.
Yes. So our recommendation is intended to match post-preserve as well as Bishop's Crossing, Bishop's Run. All of the neighborhoods along Highland Croy have an untreated split rail fence. So usually what that means is that they're
Are they round rails or are they a round rail cut in half? So I actually drove by there yesterday, and Post Reserve has a black fence that's seems similar to what they're proposing here. That's why I was asking. Seems like that was a precedent.
This is Park Place, which is immediately to the north. Has stone piers and then the natural split rail fence. There is a black painted fence on the opposite side of Highland Croy in the township, which I believe is the detail that the applicant was proposing to match. And so if you continue north on Highland Croy, you see additional split rail fence.
So that is like a standard now on that side of Highland Croy versus
Yeah.
in the township, it's now the blackboard.
Yeah, and so this is something, and I acknowledged this with the applicant that, you know, I wavered on, you know, which is the correct detail to match, and ultimately landed on matching existing development within the city of Dublin.
With the stone piers?
So yes, they are proposing stone piers. Their stone piers are tapered and do not have the bookends on top of them. The stone piers that are proposed in this case are going to be more similar to the stone piers at Autumn Rose Woods. So they should look something like that.
I would just, again, I just reiterate that Post Preserve has a black board, but it's got X's in it as opposed to.
On Post Road.
Yeah, on the entrance to Post Preserve. But I get this. This is a consistent along the entire Highland Croy, so that kind of answers my question. I do like their fence, though.
The applicant also likes their fence, and I'm sure he would be interested to speak to that. It's also after 10 p.m., so maybe not so interested to speak.
I'm sorry? Do you want to?
Yeah, we can.
I have a real quick question for staff report on street signage. How is that addressed? Because Park Mill street signage isn't consistent with Dublin signage, street signage. How does it address in this case? Green signs versus brown signs.
Oh, this will have brown signs.
Okay.
Will it not? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Tina Wasco with the City of Dublin, Civil Engineer for Transportation and Mobility. The City of Dublin corporation limits the signs within the public right-of-way for Dublin would be the white lettering on the bronze or brown background, brown posts, according to our city standards, which is, I'm assuming, what they're following. Some of the green and white are the ones that are within the Union County jurisdiction. So I think that's maybe what you're seeing in,
Yeah, that's what, yeah. that's
in
what
the
I figured.
difference between the two. Yeah, so the Highland Croy corridor is outside of our jurisdiction. We would cooperate and coordinate with them, but their typical standard would be the green and white.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks.
Question on the, I'm having a hard time, maybe you can help me understand where we're trying to do no mow grass.
Yes, so sorry, I thought I pulled that up. Okay. So along the Highland Croy road frontage, which is challenging to see here because of the trees that are being planted, but there are low mounds in some of those areas, and then also areas of no-mow grass. In those areas of no-mow grass, staff is recommending the addition of some kind of more
Ornamentals, vertical
ornamental grasses, yes, to help reinforce that area is a no-mow character.
Got it.
The no-mow is intended, is used throughout the corridor because of the rural roadway landscape requirements.
Got it. Thank you. Additional questions for staff?
And I wanted to clarify the condition 3. So what we're looking at right now is a plan with street trees along Highland Croy that are in a row, and the condition is that those be broken, not in a row, but more random. That's correct. So
Correct. Only along the frontage. The rest of the neighborhood would have street trees.
okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Applicant like to say anything? Welcome. Thank you for your patience again.
Thank you all very much. My name is Charles Ruma, the president of Virginia Homes at 485 Metro Place South, Suite 350, Dublin 43017. I don't have a long presentation for you tonight, thankfully. I would like to say thank you to this board, to the council, and to Nikki and her staff, and everybody at the planning department, as well as Michael and the engineering department. They've really helped put this plan together. It's been a big effort, even though it's not a huge site. There's a lot of difficulty putting together a piece. Ironically, this is about as flat as a piece of property as we've ever developed. And there's been a lot of challenges, but we've overcome pretty much everything that we can think of and put together a great plan that fits with the neighborhood. To make this real easy, we agree with all of the conditions. The only condition that I had an issue that I talked to Nikki about today was the fence. My personal preference is the 4-rail fence. This is not a hill I'm prepared to die on tonight. So I look to the commission to really tell me what their preference is, and we'll go along with that. I can see both sides of it, being on the Dublin side, but at Post Preserve, I haven't paid attention to that detail. If that's what they have, maybe there's a good reason for it. And again, this is only short distances past the entry walls. This is not going the entire length of Highland Croy, so it's not as prominent as some of the fences we've seen in Union County. So it's really more of an accent to the entry features. So that's my preference, but I'll look to this board to give me direction on that.
Thank you, Charlie. Questions for the applicant? Jumping straight to deliberations. Jamie's ready?
Yeah.
Oh, question?
I was thinking through something. I also had some questions also about the fencing and your thoughts about that. Being in a neighborhood, I've noticed that split rail fence, you have to replace it here and there either. And so I was wondering your thoughts about that, if maybe that's why you were leaning towards the other style of fencing?
I think with any fence, there's going to be a portion of maintenance. We have to paint this fence. If it's a 4-rail fence, we're going to be painting it on however many couple years go by, that will need maintenance, just as a split rail fence would probably need repair from time to time. To me, it's just a personal preference and a look and a style. I don't really have a big aversion to split rail. I just prefer the other one, that's all.
Thank you. I had another question just about HOA costs. Do you have an anticipation as to how much you think your HOA cost would be when you're completed? Thank you.
We did a complete analysis of that. I cannot recall off the top of my head exactly where we came to. Nikki, do you have any of that information?
I don't
I can
remember.
pull it up.
I know at council level, that was a big concern, and making sure that we had covered all the mowing. There are large areas of mowing. That's why some of the grasses in some of those areas we're going to try to keep to a minimum as far as the maintenance is concerned. But I want to say it was in the $400 to $500 range.
Additional questions for Charlie? Jump into deliberations?
Quickly, what do we ever decide about the house? When I read this, the house that's on the property.
You're saying the
house that's there already.
There are two homes in the middle of the property that will be taken down. The farmstead is all within the city of Dublin's purview now. We're going to be transferring that open space to the city to let them decide what the best avenue is to preserve.
Okay, so that's why I thought I understood in here that the city's going to own that house and barn, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Our only obligation in that area in Reserve A is to build the detention facility and to provide the stormwater access, and that's it.
Great. Okay.
I had questions about the mailboxes. If this is a new provision that I'm just not aware of, but is it something that you can negotiate with? No, because prior to that, you could negotiate. Is that true with?
So I can elaborate a little bit on that. The USPS has denoted that all new development will have cluster boxes. That's not a choice we have. That's just gone by the wayside. So what we're forced to do now is to work with the post office to find the most suitable location and to provide those facilities. Fortunately, on this site, there are very logical spots along Highland Croy where there's a lot of open space opposite the homes to provide those facilities. So it's not going to be too close to, between houses, or, it's going to be fully separated into open space across the street. There are basically two locations. If you want to pull up a map, Nikki, that would be great. We've had preliminary discussions with the post office, and they've agreed to two locations. One in the north side, section 3, which would be where it says Woodfield Loop, which I think that's not the name anymore, but right where her cursor is, that's one of the spots. The other one is between the two entries on Stillhouse Lane, right in that area.
Is there an easy place to park when you're picking up your mail?
Well, as I mentioned, on that side of the street, it's all open space, so you're not going to have driveways or, for that matter, many cars on that side of the street that would be parked. As far as design, if there's a little bit of a pull-off, I don't know. Whatever is the requirement as far as that's concerned will be done, but that's.
Charlie, relative to all this, I guess I'm hunting for it. Don't get me wrong, right? The standard is, everyone has to live with the new standard, right? So we've seen it a couple different times come through already. But I guess do you have a structure in any way, shape, or form? I mean, just is it in the drawings at this point? Maybe I missed it.
As far as the mailboxes are concerned,
Yeah, and I guess I'm asking, right, sometimes that comes with a canopy element that goes above it,
I
and
think there's been a specific style that's been and color that's already been recommended that we're fine with.
got
I think did staff, right, make that recommendation?
Yeah, and the development text requires that it be a decorative cluster mailbox unit, so it won't be the standard aluminum one.
Got it, okay.
I think as far as we're concerned, we want it to be decorative. It needs to be an
Yeah.
asset to the community, not an eyesore. And it's going to
Sure.
be an open space. It's going to be well landscaped. It's along Highland Croy. There's some sensitivity there to do the right thing and make that what it should be.
Yeah, duly noted. Anything additional?
This is a PUD, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In the PUD, I think I remember that the driveways could be blacktop concrete or brick. And I think I mentioned that when you do three like that, the developer usually chooses the blacktop because that's the cheaper. What are your plans? Are you going to use concrete or?
Concrete would be an option. Asphalt would be the standard.
Blacktop be the standard? Yeah, okay. I'm not happy about that, but blacktop looks bad faster, so.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else feels any way about that.
Again, I guess if my preference, I mean, my home, I've got blacktop just because I think it looks more presentable from a.
You have blacktop what?
I have blacktop. I'm just saying, I think blacktop is more aesthetic to me, pleasing wise.
I'm sure you maintain it and seal it on a regular basis. Most people don't,
Yeah, I don't actually. I actually prefer not to. Maybe I'm. No, it's drive by my house. That's the way it is. Concrete's a good product, but it also pits and spalls and gets stained by oil, and then it's ruined. So there's pros and cons to both of those. That's my personal preference. Not that that matters, but that's where we are.
if nobody feels strong about that, it's fine with me, but I think it looks better when you have blacktop or brick driveways. It makes it, yeah, so.
I agree.
Yeah, so that's not a requirement that was provided for in the development text. So
I know.
this, would refer to code.
Yeah.
Which would permit a variety of materials. So the applicant would be able to offer asphalt, concrete, or any other approved hard surface.
Right. I mean, we had a discussion about that and I didn't seem to go anywhere. So I thought I'd bring it up.
Deliberation, Lance?
I think it's a very good plan. I'm happy to see the addition of more open space, so I applaud that. And I think the staff hit the right issues in the conditions. We all have opinions on the fences. There's some precedent there, so I think we just go along with the precedent on Highland Croy. So congratulations. I'd like to see it all happen.
Warren?
Nothing. If he agrees to all the conditions, I have no problem.
Jamie?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a nice development. I don't have any further comment. Thank you.
Ms. Hart?
Yes, I'm in favor. Also, I like the benches that you thought about, even thinking about like lending libraries and so forth like that is a nice touch that kind of brings people out into your green space. Thank you.
Mr. Wang?
This has been a long time coming, so I think we're finally there. I have to defer to staff that there is a consistency along Highland Croy of the split rail, so I support that. Because I believe in consistency, so I think that the precedent's there, and I think we should stick with it. So I agree, and I totally support.
Reluctantly?
No, I totally support. So
see, I was going to, Charlie, this is again, long time coming. It's a nice project. Kudos. I actually am fond of the stretches where we do no-mow grass, right? Done well, it works in really nicely. I go back to the statue of Jack, right? And there's ornamentals there too. I, for one, actually would, I like his fence better. And I'm not, right? Split rail is in large part kind of forgettable, as I think in part what it is, and so it doesn't have as much presence, right? Now we are not New Albany where it's all this four rail in white everywhere, but we do have a blend of fences. So I'm just, as one final advocacy and or question, how do we feel about that one?
Which one?
The fence.
Oh,
Split rail or four rail?
It's a rail fence, a 2-rail fence. That's what the precedent is, or it's a board fence. So it's a totally different look. And we saw the ones on the other side of the road are what's being proposed. It's 3-board painted black.
Yeah.
So it will be consistent with.
And post preserve, right? It is in proximity in the area.
Well, the post preserve one has boards that are in an X, so it's even a different look, and it's not on Highland Croy. I think we should just focus on Highland Croy. So there's precedent that it's in the township as a 3-board fence, but in Dublin it's a 2-rail split rail.
I guess a good question is, who's responsible to take care of the fence? Do they have an HOA that's required?
Yeah, the HOA would maintain the entry, including the fence.
To maintain the fence, yeah.
Again, it's a small portion. Either way you go, there's going to be maintenance. I don't think that's a big, it's really what look do you want? Said my piece, but I'll leave it up to you. How you guys feel about it, I'm okay either way.
Also, for the record, I'm also agreeable either way. I'm just kidding.
I guess I'm more in line with staying consistent with what is happening on Highland Croy with the split rail.
Yeah,
And
that's
again,
my
to
position.
the point of it's not that much fence space, and
Split rails.
any fence is going to have maintenance. So I don't think maintenance should be a factor in our decision because, but to your point, whether it's replacing the split rail or painting it, but I do think we need to be consistent with the whole fabric of what's happening in the streetscape on Highland Croy.
And those were the pictures you showed us, the Google Maps pictures were 3 split rail.
Yes. No.
But anyway, I've noticed a lot of the older subdivisions,
Yeah.
fences, they're gone. The HOA didn't want to take care of them. They tear them down.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it will be part of the approved final development plan, so that would be required to be maintained over time unless the HOA were to come back and say that this isn't performing or
yeah,
something.
May I mention, I live in a neighborhood where we have had to replace split rail fence several times, and it's costly to neighbors. Not having a fence, I can see that in other neighborhoods where they put landscaping in between pillars and so forth that kind of make up that. So that may be something to think about as well, too.
Sounds like it's staying as it is. All right, and 2 motions. One, to approve the final development plan with 14 conditions, and then a second, eventually, to approve a final draft with 1 condition.
does the applicant accept the conditions?
Good with the conditions?
Yes.
And for the record, I have no public comment. Just to clear that up. Okay. That's okay. That's why I'm here. My one job.
Motion
to approve final development plan with 14 conditions.
second? Or do you want me to? I was going to do it.
I'll do a second.
Motion to approve final development plan with 14 conditions.
Second. It's a long night, I think.
Mr. Shinak,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Ms. Harder,
Yes.
Mr. Fishman, Mr. Schneier,
Yes.
Mr. Supalack.
Yes.
Mr. Way.
Yes.
And I need a motion to approve a final plat with one condition.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Way.
Yes.
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 Yes. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking
all.
forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Communications?
I'll be quick. We do have a meeting on the 18th, and then we have the special meeting on the 31st. So just confirming, right? What?
Wow.
And then a regular meeting on the 1st. So it's going to be a busy couple weeks. So it's all in your calendars, but the special meeting is a joint meeting with council, planning commission, ARB, and BZA.
Okay,
31st,
dates again, what?
31st is the special
Yes,
meeting,
mhm.
and then a regular meeting on the 1st.
Yes.
We got another meeting. How many meetings? You mentioned 3 meetings, right?
We have a meeting, our regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks on the 18th.
18th of this month.
Yes, sir. And then we have a joint work session with council on the 31st of this month. And then your regularly scheduled September meeting is the 1st. So you'll have, unfortunately, back-to-back days.
My wife is gonna be mad.
Right, we'll bring snacks.
Good.
And then, yes, one more thing, as if tonight wasn't painful enough, this is Nikki's last meeting because she is leaving the city and going on to new and exciting things with Trey Plus Communities. So
With who?
Trey Plus Communities. They did Hawthorne Commons and Wyandotte Woods near your neighborhood. Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, so I guess first off, I'll just take a little extra moment of your time, but I want to say from the bottom of my heart, it's been an absolute true pleasure serving the city of Dublin and serving, not only the Planning Commission, but our other boards and commissions and working with residents like yourselves, but also those that don't know or understand planning and development. So I have very much grown up here, and it's been extremely rewarding to get to make Dublin a better and more beautiful place year after year. And if it wasn't for the great team behind all of you and City Council and your leadership and guidance, we wouldn't be who we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Nikki.
Had we known, we would give you a harder time.
Yeah. I would have slammed the gavel a few times, out of order. I think we're adjourned. Thank you.